Story 1. Aida for uninviting my best friend from my husband's surprise party. Original post January 9th, 2025. So my current best friend, let's call her Trina, F41, and I, F34, have been friends for almost 20 years. In 2008, I met my now husband, M35, and over time they became friends too. Trina is single and hasn't had much luck in relationships. There's always been drama, like cheating or baby mama drama, wanting kids but couldn't find a normal and steady relationship, etc. I've always wanted her to be happy and supported her through it all. Last year, we went on a trip together for her birthday, just her, my husband, and me, and I started noticing some things. She would parade around the house in her bathing suit or ask me to hook her bra bikini in the living room where my husband was. She'd wear really short dresses, and honestly, I started feeling like she looked at him in a way you would if you had a crush. She'd laugh a little too hard at his jokes, always wanted to go wherever he went, and even at the supermarket, she'd stick with him if we split up. So many more things happened, and I told my husband. He didn't notice at first, but when he started to pay attention to it, he did notice. What really got me was when my husband and I had a fight. I found out he gambled with money of our shared account and something else I rather not talk about. I was really upset and turned to Trina to vent. At first, she acted like she was on my side, saying, "Are you serious? He really did that?" But later I found out she sent him a text asking if he was okay and basically said, "She knows how I can be, and I overreact sometimes." That felt like a red flag, but I tried to brush it off because I didn't want to believe she'd cross any boundaries. Then on New Year's Eve, Trina usually sends me a thoughtful Happy New Year message, but this time I didn't hear anything from her. So after 0 o'clock, I went through my messages, and around 1 o'clock I noticed it. So I decided to send her a long, heartfelt text wishing her well and hoping all her dreams and wishes would come true. Her response? A flat, "Thanks." Likewise, meanwhile, she sent my husband a text with a Lotus for Luck image and a long message starting with, "My dearest." That hit a nerve. Now, next Friday is my husband's surprise party. I invited Trina weeks ago before all this happened, but I don't want her there anymore. It's gotten to the point where I feel uncomfortable around her, and I'd rather not deal with it on a day that's supposed to be special. I'm not a confrontational person, so I haven't said anything to her yet. I just want to uninvite her. But part of me is wondering, would I be the asshole if I did that? And I am overreacting? Relevant comment. Maleficent sort 5604. You don't like being confrontational. You better learn today because this chick is trying to fuck your husband. O.P. Yeah, I really shouldn't be scared to confront people who cross my boundaries, but every time I try, some old annoying trauma is showing again, and I get scared, but you're right. It's really something I need to learn. Maggie Taz, 62. To be honest, if my husband gambled with our shared money, I'd let her have him. How can you trust him, especially when you mention that was not all he did? Have some respect. O.P. When my husband did that, he was 19, and we were together for 1 year, and in some crisis situations, which made him think about getting rich-quick solutions. Young and dumb. Learned from it and still together, after almost 17 years. I trust him wholeheartedly. Update 1 January 9th, 2025. Updatin'. I spoke to my husband about it. He said that he already felt uncomfortable with her and removed her from social media, entirely blocked her number without me asking. Our relationship had an open phone policy, so if I would want to, I could check his phone, but I don't feel like he is doing anything wrong. She is the one reaching out to him. He showed me a text where he tells her he is not comfortable with her behavior towards the both of us, and he did so after receiving the message from her on New Year's and finding out she didn't send me anything. I asked her to meet with me tomorrow as I want to confront her in person, so I can actually see how she responds to the accusations. I guess no matter how she responds, it's the end of a 20 years friendship. Update 2 January 11th, 2025. Update 2 Long 1. So I had the conversation yesterday. Since I was pretty nervous about the confrontation and how it eventually went had impact on me, I decided to take my time yesterday. As many of you predicted, she tried to gaslight me into thinking I was the problem, So I am very grateful for a few of you who gave some advice and warnings this might happen. I really kept it in mind. My husband, let's call him James, and I also started reflecting over the past few years, and more came up that was off. But at the time we just brushed it off. Things like how she was super involved in my husband's suit fittings for the wedding together with my brother-in-law, but never had time to come dress shopping with me. Or how she organized my bachelorette party and did things she always wanted to do. Anyway, this is how yesterday went. We met in a coffee shop in the city she lives in. We used to live in the same city, but I moved to another city about 1 hour away to where my husband lives. The reason I decided to go to her is because I can leave whenever I want. Or so I taught. So I was there first. She was a bit late and came in all, "Hey girlfriend, I missed you, whole lot of blah." She gave me a bag because she went on a city trip. In there, she had a small gift for my husband and a gift for me. She got him chocolates, and the gift she got me was pheromonal arousal lip gloss and some sort of lubricant in cherry and pineapple flavor. She said, and I quote, "If he is all over, you don't blame me." This felt so incredibly awkward and just ugh. She saw the face I made and she asked if I was okay and that the gift was just a joke. So we sat down, and I went straight to the point, and I told her how she made me feel with her behavior and the way she interacted with James and everything that has been bugging me. And with those gifts, she made it even worse. The first thing she asked me was, "Did you make James block me?" So I told her no, and that she made him feel awkward too. She said that she didn't believe me and that I was just insecure, and I probably demanded that he would block and that if I wasn't insecure, I wouldn't be scared to lose him over her. I've never been scared of that since James assured me that I am all he wants and I believe him. I asked her what her problem was and that since she was, supposedly, my best friend, I would have thought she would be more worried about our friendship instead of being worried about what my husband did. I asked her straight to the point if she had a crush on him, and she denied. She said that she thought he deserved someone who treated him better. I can guarantee that if I was such a bad wife, James would not have stayed with me for almost 17 years. That man is my world. The moment she said that, I told her our friendship is over, and I don't want her near me, James, or any of my other family members. Her eyes became wide and her mouth dropped, probably because I never stood up for myself like this. She started to throw shade at me and started to use every weak point I have about myself to make me feel horrible. With all the advice and warnings from Reddit and my husband, I was already prepared for that. I told her I understood why she was still single. Her mouth dropped. I threw the gifts she gave me back at her and told her she should lure men with those pheromone gloss since I already have mine and don't need it. She tried to jump me and the barman came in between us. She started screaming all kinds of things at me, and the police was called. I told the bar guy I just wanted to leave, but he told me to wait for the police for my own safety. This girl was like a crazy pit bull and continued trying to get to me. I wasn't scared, so I just sat there and waited. Police arrived. I told my story. They asked if I wanted to press charges, and I told them no, and I just want to go home. They let me go, and I started walking towards the train station. I called my husband, and he told me to wait at a certain spot, and he was picking me up. He was at work when met up with her, so I went by public transfer. While waiting, I see someone in the corner of my eye. 3 guesses who it was. Of course. Trina. She started shouting again that I was taking everything away from her and that James is like a brother to her and nothing more. I decided to tell her to leave me alone. She kept going and going and going. This time station security came and asked if everything was okay. I told them I wanted her to leave me alone, but she wouldn't. They said that they could only ask her, but if she didn't want to leave, she didn't have to, since it was a public place and she wasn't threatening me. James arrived like 10-15 minutes later. When I saw him, I just burst into tears. This girl still had the fucking nerve to walk up to James to try and give him a hug. He just walked straight past her to me and comforted me. When this happened, she started yelling at him that she treated him better than I did. He asked her, "And in your crazy-ass mind, how did you treat me better than my wife?" She replied with gifts. He laughed out loud, told her to find Jesus, put me in the car, and just drove away. She kept on yelling and rambling, but he ignored her. When we drove off, I decided to tell my husband about the surprise party because at first I didn't believe she would spoil it, but after that I knew she would. He was surprised but agreed to change location so she wouldn't be able to show up. She started blowing up my phone. I blocked her, she went over to Instagram, and I blocked her there too. Blocked her everywhere possible. Then she continued with her mother's phone. I just kept on blocking. In the evening, another friend of mine texted me a screenshot of her saying that she shared the invitation with all the details and the caption, "Feel welcome to join." One thing is for sure. This friendship has officially ended and it feels like a relief, which I think only tells I've been walking on eggshells for a long time. Today I contacted the official location that we are changing location and added the warning that she invited strangers. Next Saturday, we will be celebrating my husband's birthday, and even though the surprise element of the party is gone, there are enough other surprises on its way. When I read back, it sounds like something straight out of a movie. Thank you all for your advice and support. Really appreciate it. Relevant comment. Rika Jane, you are so strong. I'm so proud of you for standing your ground. She sounds more and more psychotic. She actually believed that you made him block her, which indicates that with everything else you wrote, that she believed that there were more between them than there ever was. OP. Thank you. It was tough, but I'm happy I did it and got rid of her. Done. It's so crazy when you start reflecting on the past, everything starts making sense. Story 2. Devastated and spiraling, I, M35, found a condom wrapper in my wife's 34F car. Now what? Original post, October 29th, 2024. We have been together for about 10 years and married for 6. We have no kids now, but we were planning to start trying pretty much now. We are both very active, going to the gym, eating healthy, and are both in relatively great shape. My wife is gorgeous with a phenomenal body, but I would probably consider myself maybe a 5 or 6 out of 10 on the attractiveness scale. I realize that, but we have always had a really strong relationship. We started as great friends, realized we were just right for each other, and that developed into true romantic love and devotion. The sex was always fantastic. There were never any issues there with quality or frequency. I was washing my wife's car, as I do pretty often. In the course of cleaning the interior, I found an open, empty condom wrapper under her passenger seat. We don't use condoms since she had always been on birth control. I am driving myself insane with all the stories and scenarios running through my brain. She spends a lot of time at the gym working with weights and doing her cardio. Like 3 hours, 4 days a week, so there are frequent times when we are apart. She has never given me a reason to suspect she has been unfaithful. I know I have to confront her, but I'm scared to death of what might be the truth. She is my world, and I can't imagine starting a family with anyone else. I'm afraid I'm going to break. Edit to add. Wow, you all are amazing. I am so touched by the DMs and heartfelt responses. I had no idea I would get so many responses so quickly. I wanted to add some details to save me from having to reply to all the common comments. My wife has never given me a reason to think she has cheated before this. She has always been loving and affectionate, and we were looking forward to starting a family very soon. Some have speculated that kids coming soon may have led her to one last fling. I don't know, possibly. We are an open book to each other with our finances pretty much entirely tied up as one. She comes from a pretty upper-middle-class background. Her parents are very comfortable. I come from a home where my parents were fighting their own demons, and so I didn't get a lot of attention growing up. Not a criticism, it was easy to get lost in the shuffle of my parents' problems. We are cordial, but not super close. I am way closer to her family, and I love her mom and dad and younger sister. Financially, we are fine. Together, we make about $150K per year. She makes $60K as a law firm assistant. I make $90K as an auto technician. We own a house together that we were able to purchase with a down payment from her family. If worst comes to worst, I have no interest in fighting for that money. It is theirs, and they can have it back if we end up selling the house. Some have commented about the amount of time she is at the gym. We go to separate gyms. She gets off work at 4 and goes straight to the gym where she does a class, then works out with weights and the cardio on the treadmill. I was never suspicious of the time she spends there. By the time she gets home, I am already there, and she jumps directly in the shower, and then we make dinner together and hang out. As far as a lawyer or an investigator, there's no way I could do that in secret with the way we manage our finances, so that's out for now. Someone explained to me how to get detailed phone records from Visible, so that's my next step. I will get the records when I have some time to myself and see if there is a number that she's in contact with a lot that I do recognize. I'll try to figure out where to go from there and let you all know. Some of OOP's comments. Editor's note, there were a lot of comments. I chose a few to demonstrate what the general vibe of the comments were that OOP was responding to. Commenter, have you had the car since it was new? Is it possible a mechanic used the car during a service? Did anyone ever borrow the car? Was it ever left unlocked during a vacation? OOP. The ironic thing is, I am an auto mechanic by trade. I work at a medium-sized independent shop, and they allow us to use the facility on our own vehicles after hours. So I have done 100% of the maintenance on the car, and I wash and clean the car pretty often, so there is no way I would have missed it on a previous cleaning. Commenter, also get tested. OP, good thought, thanks. Oh man, I am shaking right now. Commenter, being at the gym for 3 hours a day was already probable cause to suspect cheating. Working out just doesn't take that long, unless the gym is 45 minutes away. OP, she goes to a class, then after weight trains by herself, and then does cardio on the treadmill or Stairmaster. I have been to the gym with her, and I can see it can take 3 hours total. Commenter, this broke my heart to read. You sound like a really wonderful man, and you don't deserve any of this. I was cheated on. No one deserves this type of pain. So everyone is saying, lawyer up, catch her in the act, take her down. Yes, you should do the lawyer part, which I know is so painful. Realizing I needed to hire a lawyer was excruciating for me. But honestly, a personal therapist is equally as necessary and productive. I could not do what was right for me. I could not stand up for myself. I would not know how to grieve or mourn my fiancé. I could not have done anything without therapy. OP, thanks for the kind words. All this is so unfamiliar to me. Lawyers, therapists. I don't know where to start. Commenter, has she given you any indication that she might be cheating? Finding something like that is pretty hard to deny. OOP, no indication. We have a good relationship and still have great sex. She has always spent way too much time with her nose in her phone, so maybe I've been oblivious. Dash cams. Ironically, both our cars already do have front dash cams. I'll look at the footage. Commenter, is there an expiration date on the condom wrapper? How many years out of date is it? OP, expiration date is November 2025. Commenter, breathe. You don't have to do anything right now. You can talk to wife about it. Or you can take time to process it and talk to her when you are feeling more stable. Don't rush in with big emotions. It's easier to be fooled or to do something we regret when our emotions are high. Your future isn't being decided today. You're going to have a lot to work through no matter the scenario. OP, I definitely need some time to think about stuff. I am just so confused and my brain is all over the place right now. I'm not ready to confront her right now. Update Post 1. October 30th, 2024, next day. Lots of folks asked for an update. Not a whole lot to say, but things are getting interesting. I am shaking as I type this. Thanks to everyone in the comments and the DMs for the empathy and well wishes. A lot of good tips and advice, too. Man, I would hate to piss some of you off. Some of you are vindictive. First off, I found a wrapper, not an actual used condom, so the suggestion of DNA testing was not useful. And thanks to you/Uhiduno27 for the information about getting detailed phone records from Visible. Today at work during some break time, I requested a download of the phone records, but it says the request could take up to 45 days. I can't wait that long. I also drove by her work on my lunch break. I don't know why or what I expected, but her car was there as it normally is. Lots of good advice to track her. Get a VAR. Look at her phone without her knowing. Hire an investigator, a lawyer, etc. I can't deal with this. I'm taking the advice a lot of you had, and I'm just going to confront her today when she gets home. As some of you suggested, I plan to just put the condom wrapper on the table in plain sight and watch her body language. I am so scared and nervous I am almost pissing my pants. I am really starting to expect the worst. For me, if she cheated, there is 0 chance we will stay married. 0. I don't care what excuses or reasons or whatever she has. I am 100% done. No therapy, no counseling, nothing. I can't believe I am typing this. It makes it seem real. I can't imagine her sucking and fucking some other guy or guys. That's an image I could never get out of my head for the rest of my life. As far as assets, we don't have a lot. We have a pretty nice house that her dad helped us pay for. I'm happy to let her have it with my fair share and paying back her father. Otherwise is bullshit like 2 cars, some furniture, and some decent savings that we have both contributed to, so I'm willing to split 50/50ths. The thought of divorce is burning a pit in my gut. I'll post again after I confront her. Either way, I think this thing comes to a conclusion tonight. Mini update. Same post a few hours later. Mini update. Okay. Instead of sitting here pissing my pants, I wanted to just type few more things to keep busy. I'm sitting here trying to find any other reason to doubt her. The wrapper, it was fairly pristine, not something stuck on a shoe or sitting in a parking lot. Dashcam. Yes, I've checked the dashcam footage. Nothing suspicious or out of the ordinary. Commutes to work, the gym, and home, maybe a stop or two for typical errands, grocery store, cleaners, zero suspicious activity. But she knows there is a dashcam too, so who knows? Maybe she's just being really careful. The car. Yes, we bought it used 2 years ago. It is an 2018 Infiniti Q60 Coupe. It had an extremely small backseat. I can't imagine sex back there, but who knows what motivated people might be capable of. I clean and vacuum it at least once a month, so there is zero chance it has been there the whole time. Ironically, we usually wash the cars together, but this time, I happened to be doing it alone. Had she been there, this whole thing would probably be over now. Our current state of relationship, it's really strong as far as I know. She comes home, we share a glass of wine while we make dinner together, talk about our day, cuddle on the couch if we watch a show. We really have what anyone from the outside would be jealous. No feelings of distance, no hiding of phone, and no drop-off in sex, which has always been and still is great. Her gym time, with as much as she does, it is really reasonable for her to spend 2.5 hours at the gym. I've gone with her. I've seen her work out. It's pretty extensive, and her body shows it. I am so proud of how great she looks and how she takes such good care of herself and encourages me and cares about our health. I've never been suspicious about it, maybe foolishly. Yes, she comes home and showers right away, but she's typically sweaty and feels gross. She doesn't avoid me when she walks in. She will typically come over and greet me with a kiss on the lips and then hit the shower. If she was just having sex with a side piece, I think she would be more discreet. We spend almost all of our time together on the weekends. Go for a jog, date nights, happy hour with friends, dinners with family, etc. She has a lot of girlfriends from work, and they sometimes go out for a girls' night like once every 2 months. But again, nothing suspicious. I see the credit card charges, so I don't believe she is hiding anything. And her girlfriends are all awesome, and I love hanging out with them and their husbands, BFs. I'm torn and getting nervous about talking to her tonight, but I gotta get this over with. Some of OOP's comments. Commenter, so sorry you're going through this. Among other things, I would make sure you have a good support system and keep them in the loop. OOP. The crazy thing is that my best support system is her family. I am very close to her mom and dad and love them like my own parents. They have been so good to me from the beginning. And her younger sister, 29F, and her BF are my best friends. I hate to think I could lose all that too. I come from a borderline abusive situation and I'm not at all close to my family. We are cordial at best. Commenter, have an out prepared. Stay with a friend, rent a hotel room for the night, just in case it gets ugly. Don't go in blind and unprepared. OOP, yeah, I'm not violent or aggressive or anything, so there is zero chance of anything getting physical. And I wouldn't kick her out. I still love her and want her to be safe. I would leave instead if it even comes to that. Commenter, why TF you haven't snooped her phone yet is beyond me. Multiple threads on here, but not even one peek at her communications. What a waste. OP is going to just let her set the stage and never even bother to know the truth. OOP. I found the wrapper day before yesterday and haven't had a chance to check her phone since. Not sure I want to. Commenter. Downvoted. Woo boy. What are you going to do if she's innocent? What's she going to think of you and your relationship? Is she going to stay with you? OP. If she's innocent, I can't imagine she would feel that my suspicion was not reasonable. I may be foolish, but I do to think it would impact our relationship. Same commenter, even more downvoted. I'm going to say she's innocent, and you're overreacting. You've worked yourself up and are spiraling. Trust your relationship. OP. On one hand, I am spiraling, and on the other, I'm feeling super guilty for doubting her. I am so confused and just want this to be over either way. Update Post 2, October 30th, 2024, 10 hours later. This should be my final post on this topic. I took a lot of your advice and decided to just confront her tonight. Sorry for the length, but it was a lot. My wife came home from the gym about 6:45, like always. I was sitting at the kitchen table alone. She came over, said hi, kissed me on the lips, and went off to take a shower, pretty much like usual. I'm NGL. When she came over to kiss me, I smelled really hard for any evidence of man sense. Cologne, soap, deodorant, sweat, anything. I got nothing. As she showered, I sat by myself, a ball of anxiety, and damn near chickened out. She got out of the shower and came into the kitchen, wet hair, sweats, t-shirt, looking beautiful as usual. She sat down like we always do and expected to chat about our day. She could see immediately something was wrong. She asked what's up. I was shaking and so nervous like you cannot believe. I asked, "Have you lent your car to anyone recently?" "No." "Have you had any passengers in your car the last few weeks?" She thought for a second and said no. I asked, "Has anyone besides you or me been in your car the last few weeks?" She said, "No." What the hell is going on? I asked to see her phone. She looked at me weird, said okay, and just slid the phone to me across the table, no hesitation, and said, "What the fuck is going on?" I didn't touch her phone. I took the condom wrapper out of my pocket and set it on the table. She looked at it but had no real visible reaction. I didn't say a word. After a few seconds she said, "What the hell is that?" I said, "It's a condom wrapper." She said, "It's obviously a condom wrapper. What the fuck is a condom wrapper doing on our kitchen table?" She was starting to get annoyed. She is either a really good actor or she sincerely had no idea what was happening. I told her I found it under her car seat while I was cleaning her car. She honestly looked dumbfounded. She said she had no idea how it got there. She really seemed sincere and was starting to get concerned. She asked if I thought it was hers. I said, "I'm not sure, is it?" She said, "You have got to be kidding me. You seriously think I'm fucking around on you? Are you crazy? What the hell is wrong with you?" She took her phone and waved it at me and said, "Here, please, look at my phone. Call my sister, who she shares everything with. Call any of my friends. I'm not sure what you want me to say." We sat in silence, very uncomfortable, for a minute or two. I didn't take my eyes off her, looking for any sign like a tear. I said, "What would you think if the roles were reversed?" She admitted she would probably be suspicious but would give me the benefit of the doubt. She literally went through every day the past couple of weeks, where she went, who she was with, what she was doing, trying to come up with any explanation. She finally remembered an after-work thing that they did for a friend of hers. A baby shower kind of thing at a restaurant after work. One of the girls at her office was invited but couldn't go, and so she asked my wife to please take her gifts to the party. My wife said sure. They walked down to my wife's car to put the gifts in, and my wife's stuff was in the front passenger seat. As I said, the car she drives, Infiniti Q60, has a tiny back seat, and access to that back seat is ridiculously difficult. As her friend was putting the gifts in, she spilled her purse all over the floor behind the passenger seat. That was the only possibility she could think of. As I sat there, she insisted we call that friend immediately, and she did just that. She put her friend on speakerphone. She asked her if she remembered when she spilled her purse. She answered yes. She asked if she was sure she got everything picked up off the floor. She answered, "I think so." "Why?" My wife then seriously asks, "Do you and BF's name use condoms?" Her friend kind of chuckled and said yes. My wife asks what brand, and she answered Trojans. Same size, too. My wife looked straight into my eyes and asked, "When you dumped your purse in my car, is there a chance there were condoms in it?" Her friend said, "Yes, it's not unusual for me to have condoms in my purse." Why? My wife told her friend about the wrapper. Her friend said she doesn't know why she would have an empty wrapper in her purse, but it is certainly possible. She hung up the phone and looked at me and asked if I would like to go through her phone. I said no, and she asked, "Mystery solved?" I literally started crying. I was crying because I was so fucking relieved. I was crying because I am married to the most awesome woman in the world who loves me more than anything. And I was crying because I was racked with guilt that I thought she could be cheating. I felt miserable for how I must have made her feel. My incredible wife took it so well. She hit me with her dish towel and said, "Jesus Christ, I cannot believe you could think I would cheat on you." But she admitted again she may have felt the same in my shoes. She even laughed a little and said it was kind of cute that I was so jealous and nervous about asking her about it. We decided to have our glass of wine and go out for dinner. At dinner, we talked about how excited we were to start trying for a baby. I am 100,000% sure she is telling the truth. I know her. I know her like nobody else. I know her body language. I know her voice and how it sounds when she is stressed or hiding something. There was none of that. I hope none of you have to go through this, but thanks for all the well wishes. I will probably let my wife read this thread at some point, but not while it's still so fresh. Plus, she'll probably rib me for going to Reddit for advice. She's not necessarily a fan. Ha ha ha. So all is good. Really, really good. Have a great life, everyone. Some of OOP's comments. Commenter, "Phoo! Glad it all worked out. You both know what you have now." OP, she is the best. Our relationship has always been so strong now I am kicking myself for ever even thinking the worst. Commenter, "Stay off Reddit, dude. I've seen too many posts where the toxicity of this place ruins relationships." OP, haha. My wife feels the same way. I haven't shown her these posts yet, but I will when it's not so raw. I'm sure she'll roll her eyes and scold me for being on Reddit. Commenter, "To be blunt, I don't think you should show your wife these posts. She's forgiven you this time, but you were so far removed from giving her the benefit of the doubt you were considering stalking your wife instead of just talking to her. That is unacceptable. I think you need to do a bit of self-examination of why your initial reaction to something fairly mundane was so strong, and stay away from asking for advice on sites like this. OOP, you could be right. But honestly, I don't think finding a condom wrapper in your partner's car is fairly mundane. IDK, maybe that's just me. Commenter, it's incredibly mundane. Could have been stuck to a shoe, or as is the case, was dropped by a friend. So why did you immediately jump to checking her dashcam footage? Driving by her work? Mentally preparing for divorce and dividing assets? She's forgiven you right now because she doesn't know you did those things, and that you had so little faith in her you were considering paying for a PI. That would be a relationship ender, personally. OP. Yeah, you make a lot of sense. My initial reaction wasn't the best, and I'm sort of embarrassed by it all now. You just can't imagine how scrambled my brain was. Commenter, I knew it. As soon as you laid out your relationship details in the previous update, I had a suspicion it wasn't cheating. There are almost always some sort of changes: increase, decrease in affection, increase, decrease in outward confidence, schedule changes, etc. Either your wife was going to be one of the most impressive, for lack of a better word, cheaters in the world who made the biggest, dumbest oversight, or it was going to be something else. Very glad it panned out this way. Your wife sounds cool as hell also. OP. So true. Man, I now feel kind of foolish and guilty for immediately jumping to such an extreme conclusion with literally zero reason or signs. But the mind is a funny thing. She forgave me right away. We got back from dinner last night and she called her sister and started with, "You're never going to believe what this knucklehead thought." She's a keeper, and I'm a lucky guy. Commenter, the biggest takeaway I got from your post is that you were seriously overthinking and spiraling and created a fake scenario in your head. Any past traumas? Abandonment issues? OP, wow, you are so right. I feel foolish and guilty for jumping to the most extreme conclusion immediately with zero previous signs or reasons. Trauma? I don't know. I could probably stand some therapy. I had a pretty weird childhood. We moved a lot and never had money or nice things. My parents stayed together but didn't have a very loving relationship. I didn't get a lot of attention when I was a kid because my parents always seemed to be dealing with their own problems. Not a lot of time for kids. That probably fucked me up. I do have a great relationship with my parents today. I'd say we are cordial at best. My wife's parents are much more like my parents than my own. I absolutely adore them, and they would do anything for me. Commenter: a number of elements feel like storytelling rather than recounting after, during a time of suspected betrayal and emotional intensity. She hit me with a dish towel and said, reads to me like, and then everyone in the restaurant applauded. I don't believe it. Likewise, your detached assessment of your wife's appearance, with little mention of other qualities, does not read like an aggrieved long-time spouse processing betrayal and evaluating possibility of divorce. I just don't believe it. Apparently there are a ton of weirdos on here who post fictional stories and act out fictional characters. I can't imagine why, but OP. Okay, legit comments. I think the mentioning of her physical appearance gets to my insecurity about how much more attractive she is than me, and I guess I've maybe always thought she could do better. The dish towel comment? It happened. What can I say? I was just trying to emphasize how easily this thing rolled off back after it was resolved, but thanks for reading and commenting. OOP reflects. It's funny. Going back and rereading my posts with some distance, I can see that I am somewhat insecure. I have put her on such a pedestal and feel like she is so much more of a catch than me. That's not healthy and probably something I need to work on with her help. My intense fear when I consider losing her is likely tied to some subconscious thought that I could never do better. Yet she had never done anything to make me feel that way. The way she looks at me and treats me, it's like she thinks she could never do better. She is so humble, but I can't believe she doesn't know how awesome and beautiful she is. I need to have some confidence that I am worth her love. IDK. This situation has really opened my eyes. Bonus post. November 2nd, 2024, 3 days later. I am a guy that found a condom wrapper in his wife's car. You can read the posts and updates on my profile. The condom situation had a happy ending, but my initial reaction upon finding the wrapper was concerning to both my wife and I. We have a really solid relationship both physically and emotionally. In our 10-plus years of our relationship, she has never given me any indication of anything other than 100% love, faithfulness, and devotion to me. Despite this, my reaction was to immediately jump to the worst-case scenario, and it really caused me to panic and spiral. You can read the panic in my posts. My wife has been so understanding and supportive, and we have talked a lot. First off, she reiterated that if I ever have any concerns about anything, I need to talk to her. But otherwise, we talked a lot about why this was my initial thought. We talked about the fact that I have always considered her just absolutely beautiful and way more attractive than me. We talked about how she constantly garners the attention of guys whenever we are out in a social situation. Movies, bars, restaurants, I constantly see the eyes of men on her. And with good reason. She is a 12 out of 10. I mean that in all seriousness. Guys are surprised when they see her and realize she is with me. I am insecure, anxious, defensive, and lack confidence about that specific aspect of our relationship. She says I am crazy. She has eyes only for me, showers me with love, physical affection, and attention when we are out. Makes it obvious she is not interested in flirting with anyone. She is unfazed and unimpressed with guys' attention or flirty comments. She says I am wrong about my looks, and she thinks no man on earth is better looking than me. So here's the crux. Would I benefit from therapy, single therapy, or couples? Any kind of therapist I should be looking for? I am really willing to give this a try. Some of OOP's comments. Commenter: your post made me cry because I sincerely wish my husband had shared your introspection and willingness to change. He was kinda like you, thought I was out of his league even though I sincerely thought he was sexy and handsome, and I only had eyes for him, never even came close to cheating on him, but I was constantly accused. I definitely think therapy would benefit you. IDK: if individual or couples would be better, but I wish you and your marriage the best. OOP: thanks so much for your thoughtful reply. She is my world, and I just think subconsciously I feel that I somehow lucked out with her settling for me. I know she doesn't feel that way, and she has told me often. She really is crazy for me. It's just troubling, I guess, knowing every time we go out that 90% of the men there would love to bang her. It's intimidating, if that makes sense. There's always this sense of dread that she can have any guy she wants and someday she's going to choose someone else. OP replies to a long comment. Thanks for this. Yes, I think I am pretty self-aware and understand precisely what my insecurities are. I am just wanting some tools to help me navigate and get more confidence in myself. My wife is really helping now that she understands better. I do think she really knew I felt until this incident, which is on me. I never really discussed it with her before. One more thought from OOP. I wonder if I have some PTSD from how I grew up. Fear of abandonment. I don't know. You could never know today by knowing me how I grew up. I thought that part of my life was totally behind me. Who knows? Story 3. My sister slept with my boyfriend and I sent her a really cruel message that I don't regret at all. Original post, February 2nd, 2024. Sorry, but this post will have a lot of bad energy, and I'm terrible at writing in English, so if anyone is going to read the post, I'm sorry for all the grammatical errors that are likely to be in the post. B. So a few days ago, I, F25, found out that my sister, 24F, has been sleeping with my boyfriend, now X, 25M. We dated for 3 years, for 1 year, or probably more. They always had a close relationship, but I obviously took it as something innocent. I don't like video games, but my sister does. So they talked a lot by text, and I thought it was about games they like until I found out that no, they talked a lot about their secret dates while I was working, and in college I found pictures, videos, and a lot of other disgusting things in the chats between my ex and my sister. My pathetic sister found pleasure in asking my pathetic ex all the time if she's smarter or prettier than me. She even compared our private parts. But we're both pretty, she's actually thinner and prettier than me, and even if she's an introvert, she has her group of friends, so I really don't understand where she got so much venom towards me. Our parents never compared us or anything like that, and she was always the one asking my ex to compare both of us in the chats. The first thing I did was throw all my ex-boyfriend's things out of the apartment. I insulted him in 1,000 ways, and I kept the PC that I gave him for Christmas. I didn't speak a single word to my sister for over a week, and she didn't contacted me like the coward she is until yesterday, when she sent me a message trying to justify herself by saying that it was a mistake. Yes, a mistake that lasted more than a year, and that I should forgive her because we're sisters and blah blah blah. At one point I thought, should I be the mature person in the situation who doesn't let resentment speak for her? But then I realized that I've never been that kind of person. I took my phone and wrote a long message to my sister that I would love to write here, but I am sure that I would break the rules since I called her out in every possible way, and I wrote a lot of personal things too. I told her how much of a failure she is, and how she has always envied me, and that's why she needed to feel what it's like to be me for a second of her sad life. She sent me a voice massage crying and saying that she's in a very weak moment mentally, but she's still with him, Lamau, and I shouldn't make her feel worse and that she regrets it. I just reacted to her message with this emoji and didn't even heard the long voice message until the end. Was it a low thing to attack her with all her flaws? Yes, but it's lower to betray your sister and believe that she's going to forgive you just because you share blood with her. Honestly, I feel really good after sending her that message and feel that it was therapeutic to take out everything I feel to give closure to that. BTU, I've never used a PC for gaming, but I'm looking for tutorials on YouTube about how to download The Sims. I helped my sister in every moment of her life. I literally fought for her when she was being bullied during high school. I helped her thousands of times to make friends. I even accompanied her everywhere she wanted. It is a betrayal that really hurts and I will never forgive. Never. It hurts me that she slept with someone I loved, but it hurts me a lot all the things I read in those chats. How she enjoyed watching him compare me to her, or how she asked him about personal things about our relationship just to laugh at it. She's dead to me and my parents knows it. I don't even care if I'm a bad person like them. This is something I can't forgive and I don't even feel bad for my reaction. Edit. I posted half of the message. Relevant. Comment? OOP on her parents' reaction of the relationships between her sister and her boyfriend. OOP. My mother was disgusted and my father was angry, but they only comforted me until I left their house. I don't know what they talked to my sister about afterwards, and I don't want to ask, but they will probably cut contact with her. She just said that it was a mistake, and in the voice message she only talked about how weak she feels mentally and that she has been having anxiety attacks, even though I didn't heard the full audio because it lasts plus 4 minutes, and I was getting even more pissed off with her just wanting to be the victim, so I stopped the audio almost in the end. She never explained why she said all those ugly things about me because everything was about her having anxiety attacks. The message, February 2nd, 2024. Thank you for all the nice comments you left me. Many wrote to me with tips for The Sims, and I'm really grateful. Thanks for the game recommendations, even though I'm really bad at playing action game. The last action game I played was Resident Evil 4 on the PS2 long time ago, and it was because I had a crush with Leon Kennedy. He would never cheat on me, BTW. As a token of appreciation, and because I also like it when the op uploads the whole gossip, I will put here half of the message I sent to my sister. The message I sent her was really long, and I cut out the parts where I talk about very private things or when I insulted her to not make the post too uncomfortable because I was really hurt and angry at that moment, and I talked about many personal things in the text. I will put the copy of the message in the end if someone talks Spanish. I'm sorry if it sounds weird in English. I did my best to translate it, and I had to remove a lot of parts. I'm not interested in hearing any of your excuses. I believed you when a problem she had with her ex-friend group happened because I really trusted that you would never do something like that, but now I understand why everyone leaves you alone, and you deserve it. What you did to me is a shit, and you know it. But you didn't care because you spent a year being the whore of X name without any shame, and now that I found out everything, you went days without talking to me because you are a coward, and on top of that, you still don't care about what you did to me. You're only talking to me because Dad probably stopped talking to you and you're running out of money, so you want to fix this shit, so he gives you money again. You were always an asshole, but don't you think it's a lot to be my boyfriend's second woman? How little respect do you have for yourself? We're sisters. I don't even know what's going on in your head because I don't understand what's wrong with you. Girl, I read all the messages between you and you even started comparing our bodies. You're sick. You know that I never did anything for you to do this to me, and I loved you. But everything turned out really well for you because he's with you, so enjoy that feeling and the love you two have for the other for now because you're going to be really lonely later and you are going to go back to your cave. But this time I am not going to be there to pity you like every time I did before. Stay with him. There's nothing that interests me less than fighting for an idiot who is surely going to leave you, but let me make it clear to you that you're not going to hear about me again. This dies here. We are not sisters anymore. If I see you on the street, then I'm going to cross to the opposite sidewalk to not see you. Editor's note, OOP's original message in Spanish. No me interesa escuchar ninguna de tus excusas. Yo te creí cuando pasó lo de a problem she had with her ex-friend group, porque de verdad confié en que vos nunca harías algo así, pero ahora entiendo por qué todos te dejan sola y te lo mereces. Lo que me hiciste es una cagada y vos lo sabes, pero no te importó, porque estuviste un año siendo la trola de Exname sin ninguna vergüenza, y ahora que me enteré de todo, estuviste días sin hablarme porque sos recagona, y encima te sigue sin importar lo que me hiciste. Solamente me estás hablando porque papá seguramente te cortó el rostro y te estás quedando sin plata, así que querés arreglar tu cagada para que te vuelvan a depositar. Siempre fuiste una pelotuda fracasada, ¿pero no te parece un montón rebajarte a ese nivel de ser la segunda de mi novio? ¿Tampoco respeto te tenés a vos misma? Somos hermanas. No sé ni qué está pasando por tu cabeza porque posta no entiendo qué te pasa. Flaca, leí todos los mensajes entre ustedes y te ponías a comparar nuestros cuerpos. Estás reenferma. Vos sabes que yo nunca te hice nada para que vos me hagas esto y te requería. Igual te salió re bien porque él está con vos, así que disfruta por ahora ese amor que se tienen porque después te vas a quedar sola de verdad y vas a volver a tu cueva, pero esta vez no voy a estar yo para tenerte lástima como siempre hice antes. Quédate con él. No hay nada que me interese menos que pelear por un idiota que seguramente te va a dejar, pero que te quede claro que de mí no vas a volver a escuchar. Acá muere. No somos más hermanas, y si te veo en la calle me cruzo de vereda. Edit, yes, I'm from Argentina. Update. May 17th, 2024. They broke up, nobody's surprised. When all of this happened, my parents scolded my sister, and she got offended and didn't speak to our parents except to ask them for money. She asked them for money to buy things for her career. But then my aunt told my parents that my sister actually used that money to buy my ex some sneakers. My parents never gave her any money from that day on. She's an idiot, TBH. My parents started to pay for us to go to a private college, and the only thing we have to do is literally study. The only thing she had to do was take her studies seriously, but she didn't. So my father got tired and hasn't sent her money for months. My ex discovered the post because he said it went viral in Facebook, and obviously he recognized the story. He contacted me to apologize and said he knows he did wrong by hurting me like that, but my sister manipulated him, and it was a total mistake. I told him he can shove his apologies in the ass. Meanwhile, my sister and I have only crossed paths a few times, but she always avoids me because she thinks I'm going to hit her. I won't. We're not going to the same career, so we luckily don't see each other too much. Anyway, a few days ago she went to our parents' house saying that she broke up with my ex, IDKY, and that she felt really sad and had an anxiety attack. I don't know exactly what they talked about since I wasn't there, but my mother told me that she told my sister that she knew what was going to happen when she slept with him, and my sister justified herself by saying that they're in love. So my mother and her just argued again, and my sister left. Now she doesn't talk to anyone in the family except our grandmother to ask for money. I know my sister is not going to change her bad habits, and she didn't learn anything from this. I even think she will get together with my ex again, because they're just toxic with each other, but it's her life to ruin, not mine, and I don't care anymore. The bright side. I sold the PC to a guy from Reddit that saw my post, and that really saved me from having to keep paying the dues. Unfortunately, I didn't get to play The Sims much, but I prefer the extra money. My ex had told me that he wanted the PC back, but I told him that then he should pay the remaining dues. And he said no. So the idiot wanted the PC for free, even though he slept with my sister. The weird side. There are YouTubers who are literally charging their subscribers to read the post or other Reddit posts. TF, at least give me a share of the profits. I know it's a boring update, and probably everyone wanted that. The update was my sister begging for forgiveness and my ex suffering, but no, they are just two idiots who deserve each other and nothing more happened. But even today I received a message asking me for an update. Ha 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 ha. Relevant comment. OP on if she forgives her sister and her boyfriend. OP, I'm going to go ahead and not forgive them. I can do both at the same time. And no, I don't forgive my sister, and I don't want her to forget this. And I don't want to see her again. In a few years I'll remember these two idiots and laugh, but that doesn't mean they deserve my forgiveness. Story 4. My 31M GF 30F said she had the best sex ever with another man in front of me. How do I proceed? Original post, October 29th, 2024. Oof, this one was tough to hear. I am not sure whether I should continue to address this or just move on and push forward in the relationship. I have been with my partner for about 7 months, still relatively new. I am happy in the relationship and she is too. We have pretty good, open, and honest communication. So I was at a party with my girlfriend this weekend. We were all relatively drunk, and her friends brought up her taking a guy back to their Airbnb and I guess having some pretty vocal sex. She was drunk and just went, "It was the best sex ever." While unfortunately, I was standing right there. We were drunk and cabbing back to her place, and I think I got pretty rattled and asked her what was it. She did explain to me in detail what it was. I do appreciate the openness, and we have had a good relationship with pretty open and honest communication thus far. Now look, I know in a relationship people have pasts and sex is a journey. We have good sex, and she reassured me that she loves sex with me. But man, this sucked to hear. I'm honestly not super angry about it, but I am definitely ruminating on it. I could choose to never bring it up again. I could choose to work on improving our sex life and getting to an amazing spot and being thankful for her honesty. But I could also choose to end it. Although that seems aggressive for a one-off comment. I feel kind of lost, and am wondering if I should just move on from this or continue to bring it up. Edit, update. Gonna keep this thread open and post an update in 30 days. Talking to my therapist in 18 days. Honestly, the approach I'm planning to take is to focus on myself for the near future. I'm not going to end things because of one drunken comment. If I see patterns or signs of continued disrespect, though, I will make a choice and leave. So far, I've seen honesty and trustworthiness in the relationship, even with things she felt uncomfortable sharing. I do love her. This absolutely hurt my ego, and she did not think before she spoke, but I think a lot of the woman's perspectives in here were helpful. She probably just blurted it out because the girls were ribbing her. And some of the male perspectives were good, too. Get over yourself and get better. That will be the approach I take vs just giving up. Relevant comment. Commenter 1. You could also choose not to choose right now. How long ago did this happen? OP. This happened on Saturday. Truth be told, I didn't feel that bothered by it the following day, or even not too long after. I spent the next couple days with her, but being alone is making me look back on it and feel more anxious about it. When did the Airbnb incident take place? Before or during the current relationship? OP. It was a couple of months before we started dating. There might be some insecurities in OOP's relationship. OP. Damn LOL, this hit home. I know I have my own relationship insecurities to work on, and the more open I let her be around me, and the more comfortable I am, the more our relationship has the opportunity to flourish. This may be one of those moments where taking the time to work on myself is the best course of action. Editor's note: removed the first half of the update post as it is a rehash of the original post. Update, January 10th, 2025, 2.5 months later. Personal update. I did chat with her about it after I made the post. She felt pretty bad and apologized. We ended up having a really good and open chat afterwards about it, how it made me feel. She also asked what the best sex I had was, and I told her LOL, and she confirmed it did not feel great to hear. 3 months later, I'm still with her. Have not seen a single other red flag pop up. Our sex life has gotten better. I really just decided to focus on myself and not on any insecurities for a bit, and wouldn't you know it, my relationship improved. After I posted this, I was feeling a ton of anxiety and decided to just stop going on Reddit for a bit. Can't express how helpful this was for me. I regret posting this on Reddit because I honestly didn't care a whole lot about it, but reading the comments warped my mind on it a bit. No offense, but there are a lot of unhappy and angry people on Reddit, and they are not the best people to be taking life and relationship advice from. I have a great GF, and we have good communication. She said something dumb at a party. It wasn't a great thing to say in front of a partner, and we all recognize that. She apologized. I have since forgiven her, and it's a blip for me in a great relationship. Also, there seems to be some obsession with it being about the guy's dick. Not sure if you guys know this, but a huge dick actually doesn't equate to the best sex ever. I'm sure it can at times, but this best sex ever was more so a novel and exciting situation while on holiday, which is very similar to my best sex ever. I'm glad I didn't break up with her. Relevant comment. Commenter 1. I'm super glad to hear that you were able to be open and honest with her about how hearing that felt, even if she didn't have any bad intentions behind it. It's important for couples to know how their behavior makes each other feel, so that they can make corrections and adjust themselves accordingly, and I'm glad that she saw it that way. Best of luck to you two. OOP. She saw it and was able to recognize where she went wrong and grow from it. I could have thrown it away, but these things aren't black and white, and I'm glad I didn't. She's a great partner and treats me right. Commenter 2. Have to admit I read it for the train wreck element, but also to understand why so many people have bad relationships and make such poor decisions. Way too black and white, a bit of an echo chamber, and it seems like the average respondent has never actually had a partner more than a month. Commenter 3. I still don't understand, though, a bunch of 30-year-old commenting about their friend previous sex life in front of her now partner sounds like teenagers and not mature adults. And it was a bit embarrassing for you, I'm sure. But I believe if she was apologetic, then this isn't a reason to break up, as long as it doesn't become a regular occurrence. I wish you good luck in your relationship. Commenter 4. That's a super mature way to handle a difficult situation. You opened a dialogue instead of throwing a fit, and it worked out. I hope the best for both of you. OOP updated on the same update post a day later. Final update, January 11th, 2025, next day. Final update. After reading all your comments, I decided to pull the plug. I dumped her. I let her know that she is destined for the streets because she drunkenly said something at a party. She was super confused and crying all day, like literally bawling. When asked why I just said, "Because you don't respect me," I let her know it was the comment she made 3 months ago. She was so confused and she just kept saying all the nice things she did for me. I've never seen a girl more confused and upset before. Thank you, Reddit. My life is so much better now, and now I will make sure to find a girl who never makes a mistake and worships me from day one automatically and is pure and has less than 5 bodies. We'll make sure to ask all of that on the front end and confirm with them that I am the best sex they've ever had. You guys are so enlightened and helpful, I can't thank you enough, Perez. Story 5. My best friend wants me to break up with my boyfriend, and I don't know why. Original post, January 9th, 2025. My boyfriend, we'll call him Blake, 25M and I, 25F, have been together for 3 years. Before we dated, we used to be co-workers at a retail store when we were both 17. The first thing I noticed about Blake when we met was that he never smiled or showed any emotion. He always had a serious, stoned look on his face. He hardly, if ever, showed any emotional sentiments. I don't know how to describe it accurately, but just imagine Eminem or Shadow from Sonic, and how they both always have a serious look on their faces. That's how Blake is. Even when customers or our coworkers would try to joke with him, he never cracked a smile or laughed, which would make it awkward for them. However, Blake has always been respectful to those around him, and never once raised his voice throughout his whole career. Our coworkers always thought Blake was weird and warned me to avoid him. However, despite all that, Blake and I ended up getting along great and became good friends. I never really minded that he never showed any emotions and still thought he was a good person. He even put up with my loud, extroverted self, LOL. Over the years, Blake and I became close, and I would occasionally see him smile or laugh, which I would lightly tease him about when it did happen. On my 22nd birthday, which is on Valentine's, Blake had asked me to come over to his house and said it was serious. And when I got there, it was full of decorations and flowers, and Blake was dressed nicely. He gave a long speech about how much our friendship meant to him, and that he was grateful he had met me, and asked if I wanted to be his girlfriend. I swear it felt like I was in a 70s rom-com movie. It was the first time I had seen Blake so vulnerable. He still had his cute, serious stone face on him, but I could tell he was extremely nervous. I, of course, said yes, and we had been a happy couple since then. Now on to the issue. My best friend, let's call her Sarah, 26F, and I have been friends since we were in 5th grade. Sarah and I were each other's partners in crime. She and I were really close before I met Blake. She had never met Blake before, as at the time he and I were just barely talking, and by the time we graduated high school, she had moved away to stay with her dad in another city, so she never got the chance to meet him. I, of course, talked about him and showed pictures of him and me together when we became closer and started dating. However, she once stated how she found it weird that he never was really smiling or seemed happy when he was with me, and that I shouldn't be dating someone who doesn't want to be happy around me. I brushed it off and just assured him that's how he is, and that he is actually a sweet guy. Looking back, I probably shouldn't have looked past what she said, but at that time I thought she was just being a protective friend. She had recently come back to our city and wanted the 3 of us to meet together. We decided to meet at a restaurant her and I used to hang out at. When we got there, Sarah and I ran at each other and squealed like little girls while Blake just stood and watched us. When Sarah looked at Blake, I noticed her expression immediately changed, and she awkwardly smiled and shook his hand and only said hi to him. Blake just nonchalantly said it was good to meet her. She then went back to talking to me, completely ignoring my Blake. When we got our menus, Blake couldn't find a meal he would enjoy, and just said he would be fine with a small appetizer. Sarah unexpectedly said, "Why? Is nothing here good enough for you? Why would you agree to come here if you weren't going to get anything then?" She tried to say it like it was a joke, but any person can tell it was obviously not. I then defended Blake, claiming he could have whatever he liked and it wasn't a big deal. Sarah then dropped it at that. Throughout our dinner, Sarah was ignoring Blake and was only trying to talk to me. Blake just stayed silent and watched us, not really caring about it, as he normally is not a big talker when meeting people. When she did include him, she would seemingly only ask him questions that would only need a one-word answer. And when he did answer, she would just give him side eyes, or just say, "Okay then." I could already tell Sarah did not like Blake, but I couldn't understand why. She wasn't directly being rude to him, but I could tell when she was making snide remarks about how he was emotionless and whatnot. At one point she excused herself to the bathroom, and when she left, I asked Blake if he was okay, and he assured me he was okay and just wanted me to catch up with my friend. I apologized for how she was acting, and he claimed he didn't care about it and was just happy I was with my friend. I was relieved he wasn't hurt by what was happening, but still felt bad for him. After dinner, the three of us went for a walk to see the buildings and stores, and Sarah seemed to be more cheerful. We then came across a person walking a small puppy. I love dogs so fucking much. And Sarah and I cooed and were giggling at how cute the puppy was. Blake was just standing, watching us fawn over the puppy. Once the dog owner left, Sarah turned to Blake and she immediately became angry and asked, "How the fuck could you not even smile for a puppy? Are you seriously that soulless?" I was immediately shocked about her sudden change of tone and was about to say something, but Blake just shrugged and walked away, continuing our walk. I asked her what the hell her problem was, and she immediately apologized and said she didn't mean to yell. Our walk then became awkward. I wanted to just go home, but I also felt bad for Sarah, as she still had something else planned for after our walk that she had paid for the three of us to do, so I thought to just suck it up until it was over. I then had to use the bathroom, and we found a nearby store. I went in, and Blake and Sarah waited for me outside. When I came back, I found Sarah hysterically yelling at Blake. I immediately ran over to them and asked what the hell was going on. Sarah was in hysterics, but she kept yelling, "It's not going to happen. I will never let this happen." I asked her what she was talking about, but all she said was Blake was a S** psychopath and demanded I break up with him. I looked at Blake, who was just as shocked as I was. I kept trying to ask the both of them what had happened, but neither would answer me, which scared me. People started staring, and I desperately tried to calm Sarah down to de-escalate what was happening. Eventually, I told Blake to walk back to the car so we could go home, and I would call an Uber for Sarah. When we were alone, I was trying to get Sarah to tell me what had happened, but she just stayed silent. Blake came back to pick me up, and Sarah was just deathly staring at him, and he kept his head low. I didn't know what was happening and just started assuming they had an argument. Thankfully, Sarah's Uber came and took her back to her hotel. Our car ride home was awkwardly silent, but as soon as we got home, I demanded to know what happened between him and Sarah. Blake just stayed silent, and at that point I was irritated with the both of them not answering my question. Blake said he couldn't say what happened, but that he was so sorry for what happened. That made me even more confused, and I asked him to please just say what had happened. He only said he swore he didn't do anything bad, but that he simply just couldn't say what happened. I then told him I was going to sleep in the guest bedroom as I just couldn't handle everything that was happening, especially since I still had no answer as to what had happened between the two of them. He said he understood and told me he loved me and went to our room. This all happened not even a few hours ago. I am currently lying in the guest room, confused and scared as ever. I know Sarah and Blake didn't really get along, but I don't know what caused such a huge fight that neither can tell me about. An hour ago, I got a text from Sarah. I will copy and paste it here. Sarah: I'm really sorry about what happened tonight, but please listen to me. You need to break up with Blake. He is a literal S** psychopath who is only using you. He doesn't deserve you. I'm telling you this because I love you and want to protect you. Please break up with him. I haven't responded to her text as I know if I try asking again what happened between them, she won't give me an answer. Reddit: I don't know what to do. I don't know if Sarah had said something to Blake or if Blake had something to Sarah that caused all this, but I'm scared that neither of them will tell me. Does Sarah simply just does not like Blake because he doesn't like to show his emotions? Any advice on how I can get the truth, or at least some answers, would be helpful. TLDR. My best friend and boyfriend got into a fight, and now my best friend wants me to break up with him but won't say what happened. Edit. I would like to thank you all for your input and advice. I currently am unable to sleep and would like to clarify some things. Blake is not a sociopath. The reason I added the story of when he asked me to his boyfriend was to give a slight example on how he can be vulnerable and romantic. I did not want to add this, as I felt it wasn't my place to say, but for backstory, Blake and his father did not have a good relationship. All I will say is his father raised him to believe men should show no emotion, and it's the reason why Blake is not an emotional person. There are, of course, times where he would laugh and smile and even cry. He just wouldn't do it as much as an average person would. Despite Blake being an emotionless person, he still has been very nice and respectful and loving towards me, and has never been abusive or even raised his voice at me. Also, I do not believe Sarah and Blake have ever interacted before they have met last night. Blake has to work today, so I will not see him until tonight. I will be speaking to him first before Sarah and I will update as soon as I can. Also, I apologize if the story is too long or doesn't sound coherent. English is not my best of language, and this is my first time using Reddit. Take care. Edit 2. Sorry for the repost. Unfortunately, my original post was taken down. Just want to let everyone know I'm okay and still waiting for Blake to come home from work. Sarah has been blowing up my phone since her first text, but I decided not to read her texts in the moment. I want to hear Blake's side of the story first, and the way she's going about it seems uneasy to me. Relevant comment. Commenter 1. She obviously knows him. And both hiding things from you. It's unacceptable. Was he her ex or love interest? Maybe she hid it from you back then. OP. I don't want to say this as I'm now not 100% sure on it, but as far as I'm concerned, they have never interacted or met before until last night. She never showed any signs other than her being weirded out by him, but that's all I can think of. OP responds to multiple comments about the possibility of Sarah not being interested in getting to know Blake and being judgment of him right there. OP, thank you for your reply. The way Sarah has acted with him during our hangout was very unlike her. She never acted this way when meeting our other friends' boyfriends and girlfriends, although it could be because they were more loud and outspoken than Blake was. I'm just hoping I can figure this out. Update. January 11th, 2025, 2 days later. Hey guys, I'm back with a new update. Before I begin, I just want to thank those who took the time to read and give advice on my post. Now with the update, the night I made the post, I had some time to sit and think about everything that happened. I now know I could have handled the situation better, and I shouldn't have let Sarah continue her horrible behavior towards Blake. The fact that both of them were not telling me what was going on irritated me, and I let my anxiety get the better of me. I wanted to hear Blake out first, so I decided not to read Sarah's messages. I had turned off my phone and spent the day on my computer watching Reddit stories and learning how to use it better and going for a run to get my mind off everything. Once Blake came home, I asked if we could talk, to which he agreed. Taking the advice of a kind Redditor, I sat him down and started by apologizing for walking away from him the night before, and for not defending him more during the hangout. I assured him I love and trust him deeply and that I will believe what he says to me. Eventually, Blake told me what happened. Some of you guessed it right. Blake was planning on proposing to me. The way he described it was that when I left, he confided in Sarah that he was planning to propose to me and asked if she could help choose a ring, since she was supposed to hang out with us again another day. Blake then said Sarah asked if he was being serious, and when he said he was being serious, she then started screaming and lashing out at him. She screamed at him that, "This engagement will never happen. You don't deserve her." And that's when I came outside. To say I was beyond shocked would be understandable. I then hugged him and once again apologized and asked if that was the reason he didn't want to tell me. Blake said yes, and it's because he didn't want to ruin the surprise. He then apologized for not just telling me, saying it wasn't worth keeping it as a surprise if it was causing us problems. I told him it wasn't causing us any problems, and that I love him even more now. We both then hugged it out and made up. Blake then asked what Sarah had said about the situation. I admitted to him that I didn't read anything she had sent and just turned off my phone as I was scared of what she had said. After a while, I finally turned on my phone, and I honestly wished I didn't. When Sarah said she wasn't going to let this engagement happen, she really did mean it. I don't know she could do this to me. But now she's got our friends, my sister, and my aunt involved, and even involved my estranged dad, which was a real low blow. For context, my dad and I are no longer on speaking terms due to an incident with my former stepmom. They're no longer together. After finally reading my family and friends' messages, it sums up that Sarah had told them I'm with a S** psychopath, and that I'm refusing to leave him even when she tried to help. So now, the people who once knew the sweet, loving Blake that I know think he is now a crazy person and are begging me to leave him. I was, and still am, beyond furious. I had spent the whole night trying to clear the air with everyone, except my dad. Unfortunately, my aunt and some of my friends are still agreeing with Sarah, which is breaking my heart. There were so many texts from Sarah, but it ranged from her begging me to answer her to her being mad that I was taking Blake's side, and not hers to her apologizing for involving my dad but saying it was for my own good. I had only sent her one text, and it goes as follows, copy and pasted. I don't understand how you expect me to take your side when you never told me why you said what you said. Blake had already told me what happened, and I can't even imagine what your side is. I can't believe you fucking lied to our friends and my family. And for you to involve my dad? How the fuck do you even have his number? Above all, you disrespected my relationship and my boyfriend. Fuck you. I have since blocked her. She never told me why she wouldn't tell me what happened, so I still don't know what her motive was on that part, other than to try to break us up. Not a great update, but Blake and I are doing okay. He has been very understanding and patient throughout all this, and I couldn't be more grateful for him. I know this might not be the end of this nightmare, so I may update again soon. I just don't know how to go about this. How can I convince my friends and my aunt that Blake is a good person? Should I somehow get Sarah to admit she was lying? Once again, thank you all for your advice. To the one Redditor who said my story was fake and that I shouldn't be with someone like Blake, I just want you to understand that these types of cartoonish situations can unfortunately happen to us. And also, Blake is one of the best things that has ever been brought into my crazy life, and I couldn't imagine my life without him. So screw you. Anyways, I may see you all again soon. Take care. Relevant? Comment? Commenter 1. Glad you blocked Sarah out of your life, and I'm glad you and Blake are doing better. I just have a few questions and suggestions, if you don't mind sharing. Is your mom still in the picture, or have you also cut contact with her? Did your dad know about Blake before you cut contact with him? Have you ever had a previous relationship before Blake? If so, has Sarah ever acted this way before? Do you know Sarah's sexuality? I said this in your original post, but maybe she's freaked out about the proposal because she might like you? Has she ever shown any signs that she perhaps might have feelings for you? Maybe try sitting your family and friends down to explain the situation better. If you were able to convince your sister and some of your friends that Blake is a good boyfriend, maybe try asking them to help you to convince your aunt and your other friends. Unless you don't care anymore. If you want to find out why Sarah wants to break you guys up, maybe you can meet with her in a public place and make her explain everything and why she's been acting like this. Oh, unfortunately, my mother passed away when I was young. But remembering her, I know she would have gone bananas if someone was trying to stop me from having an engagement. Yes, my dad did meet Blake, but at the time he was not my boyfriend. At the time, my dad simply didn't care about the friends I had. When he met Blake, he did think he was creepy and asked if he was depressed, to which I, of course, shut down quickly and since kept Blake away from my father. I've only ever had one date when I was 15 before Blake, but never a relationship. He is my first real boyfriend. Sarah did help me get ready for my first date, so I guess she was excited for me. She did not act out like how she did with Blake. As far as I'm concerned, Sarah is straight. She has never confided in me that she might be any other sexuality. She has had boyfriends in the past. She may have been touchy with me, like touching my hand or hitting my shoulder when we share a laugh, but that's about all I can think of. Thank you so much for your suggestions. My sister is currently living with my aunt, and I have asked her if she can help me talk to my aunt about this. Did Sarah have her fair share of boyfriends? Could she be jealous of OOP being in a relationship with Blake? OOP. Sarah has had her fair share of boyfriends before. Her last relationship lasted a year before they broke up, which was about 2 years ago. She had moved away from our city after we graduated, so we would mostly FaceTime every other day. This is the first time I've seen her since after we graduated. Blake has been my only boyfriend, so she hasn't had the chance to nitpick people I've dated, but she's never done this to our other friends' boyfriends and girlfriends. I have a feeling this could all be coming jealousy, but why it's only directed at me is what's confusing me on that theory. Commenter 2, if your family and friends are so ready to believe her, that tells me you haven't introduced Blake to them, or not very often. Bit of life advice. Him hiding all his emotions is not healthy and will come out to bite you in the ass at some point. He keeps everything bottled up, likely part of that whole men just get on with it. They're not allowed to cry, laugh, show love, or any other positive emotion. They can show only anger, disdain, and arrogance, in short, negativity. If you have kids, if you have sons, will you want them to grow up with this same mentality? He needs to learn to trust and express himself more, or this kind of thing will happen more often. It will damage his ability to go further in life, because no one trusts a closed-off, emotionless person. Whether he gets therapy or just starts to loosen up, he needs to learn to be more outwardly expressive. He doesn't have to tell everyone his life story or be the life of the party, but he needs to learn he's allowed to smile at things, to chuckle, to shake his head or express himself in some way. OP. The only person I haven't introduced Blake to as my boyfriend is my dad. He's only met him once as my friend. My friends and my family have met Blake a good amount of times, so for them to suddenly believe Sarah over the times they met Blake makes me question whether Sarah had said something worse that I'm still not aware of, or that they have bad opinions on Blake that they think behind my back, which is what I'm worried for. The topic of us having kids has came up before, and of course Blake does not want our kids to be emotionless or want to hurt me even though he never has, which is what he's tried to go to therapy for. Having that said, it's not easy to undo almost 20 years of having your dad mentally abuse you and drill into your head that men don't show any emotion, and a lot of his therapists haven't helped him. He doesn't want our kids to grow up like he did, so he is still trying. I apologize for not mentioning that part in the post. He does show some vulnerability moments with me. For example, I've seen him cry, full-on laugh, and smile. It's simply just not easy for him to do it to people he's not close with. Commenter 3. I don't know. Why would he ask someone who had been openly hostile to him all day to help pick a ring for you? OOP. When I was a little girl, I used to love to wear jewelry. Though some were plastic and fake, I would always wear rings and necklaces. Sarah and I even had matching friendship bracelets. When I went into 8th grade, I stopped wearing jewelry. Since I lost an important ring, I have feared of losing any other piece of jewelry since. The reason Blake asked her was because we were supposed to go to the mall for our next hangout, and since she was the only one who saw my jewelry phase, except my sister and my aunt, he wanted her opinion on what he thought I would like. He said, had she never visited us, he would have asked my sister, but since Sarah was already here, he wanted to quickly get the ring. Though I now would have preferred if he had waited to just ask my sister, but it melts my heart that he couldn't wait. Commenter 4. I'm guessing those family and friends have always had reservations around his personality, but now that shit-faced Sarah is jumping and hollering around, it's made them think about different interactions with him and blowing them out of proportion. Not that she is owed it, but maybe Aunt, knowing that he comes from an abusive family, if she doesn't already, will help her understand the way he holds himself more. People are so shit, but I'm happy for you both. Did he actually end up proposing, or... OOP, she doesn't know about his past, so maybe explaining it could help, but I only would want to do it if Blake is open to sharing it. Thanks for the advice. As for proposal, no, Blake didn't propose yet. He doesn't have the ring, so he won't be able to do it yet. He's a little upset that the surprise is ruined, but I've assured him he doesn't need to be, as I definitely will be surprised the day he goes down on one knee. I'm already squealing at the thought. Story 6. Eta for being upset that I found out my wife was pregnant via social media. Original post, November 15th, 2024. I'm 29 and she is 27. We've been together for 4 years, married for 2, both from the same hometown but currently living in a different city. She's at our hometown for a family event, and I stayed back due to work. We've been trying to get pregnant for 3 months, and now it's happened. The problem is the way I found out about it. My friend congratulated me by posting a screenshot in our group chat, a screenshot of an Instagram story posted by one of my wife's friends. The post was my wife crying and hugging some of her friends with the caption, "You are going to be the best mom." I called her right away, and she answered pretty quickly, saying, "I have news, babe." All I said was, "I know you're pregnant." She replied, "Wow, babe, how did you know?" I just said, "Saw it on Insta. Didn't think to call me first, huh?" She said, "What? I didn't post anything." I responded, "Yeah, but your friends did. That's one way to find out I'm going to be a dad, thanks." And I hung up. I was furious. She kept calling me and I didn't answer until my sister called shortly after. My sister asked me what was going on because she'd just arrived at my in-laws' house and everyone was freaking out fighting and my wife was locked up in her room. I told her what happened and she said, "There's no way she would do that." I replied, "Well, she did." My sister said she was going to find out what was going on. A little later, my sister called me back and explained everything. At that point, I'd calmed down, thinking it was just a crappy friend who decided to post without permission. But my sister filled me in on the details. My wife was late on her period, and while hanging out with a friend, they thought, "What if you're already pregnant?" So they bought a bunch of pregnancy tests, all of which came out positive. They freaked out, told her parents, and then texted some friends in town to come over. From the time she found out to the time her friend posted on Instagram, only 2 hours had passed. My wife told at least 10 people before telling me. For the record, my sister told me that the argument going on when she arrived was because the other friends were upset with the one who posted on Instagram. Apparently, they all thought it was a shitty thing to do and were mad at her. But they also couldn't understand why my wife hadn't told me sooner. I finally called my wife, and she was crying. She apologized and said she'd been planning to surprise me, which was why she hadn't told me yet. I was skeptical and pointed out that if she'd really wanted to surprise me, she wouldn't have been ready to tell me right when I called. She went silent, and I told her I needed some time to think. She yelled, saying I couldn't just walk away and that we needed to talk about it. I replied, "Why do we need to talk? So you can lie again?" And I hung up. A ton of people have been messaging me, but I'm honestly exhausted. I don't know why, but this has drained me. I've cried randomly, which is unusual for me. I'm not a crier. This isn't supposed to be a huge deal, but it feels like I've been hit by a truck. My sister sent me a message that really stuck. "Hey, I know this sucks, and it was crappy of her, but don't let this ruin it for you. You're going to be a dad. You're going to be an amazing dad. This is great. The only thing keeping me going right now is knowing that I'm going to be a dad. I've dreamed of this, and all I hope is that this baby is healthy. I'll probably swallow my pride and pretend I'm fine just to avoid making my wife too emotional during the pregnancy. But I'll do that tomorrow. Tonight I'll just sulk. Edit. I posted this into the Reddit void, thinking nothing of it, and woke up to thousands of comments and dozens of DMs. Holy shit, thank you so much for caring. Just to clarify a couple things. Do I think the baby might not be mine? Classic Reddit lol. No chance she cheated. She works from home and we have home security cameras inside the house, so that's not happening in our house. She does not do girls' nights. Her best friend in the city we live in is a female co-worker of mine and we hang out the 3 of us often. They text each other a lot but almost never hang out one-on-one. If they do, it's at our house with me in the next room. Also, my wife is the clingiest person alive. Like, when I'm at work, she texts me every 30 minutes, and when I'm at home, she is always at least in the same room I'm in if she isn't cuddling up to me. When we are out, she is always holding my arm. My hand literally does not leave my side. I honestly actually love it most of the time. I feel loved. But it is too much sometimes, and we had a fight about it weeks ago. I even questioned if this fight was the reason she didn't tell me right away, but it's probably not it. On her friends. They are all very nice people. I've known them for a long time now. My sister is part of the friend group, and some of them have been friends since they were like 12. My wife is the only one that lives in a different city, so they always hang out a lot when she is in town. I cannot emphasize enough how out of character this whole situation is for her. She has many flaws, like every other person, but being inconsiderate is not one of them. That's why I woke up in the middle of the night with a feeling like I'm actually completely wrong on this because she would not do this on purpose. There is no way. So I sent her a text just saying that everything is fine and that I will drive the 4 hours down there to talk. She was actually awake and asked if she could call. She did and said she wanted to come home. I said that I was going over there to pick her up. She asked, "Are we okay?" I just said yes, and she started to cry. I told her that I'm very happy and I'm dying to see her, but we will need to talk about it. She calmed down a bit after that. That's when I opened the post again and saw all the comments. I asked for a day off, and my boss was fine with it, so I'm actually going to my hometown right now. I will update when it's all settled. Ada has no consensus bot. OP was NTA. Comment? Commenter 1. That's some shitty behavior indeed from that one friend. Who the hell steals a pregnancy announcement, LMAO? Commenter 2. Damn, that actually sucks. Only way I would be on your wife's side here is if she was planning on doing some kind of surprise to get your reaction. But you catching her on a lie pretty much ends that possibility. All I can say is that I hope you baby is healthy and good luck with fatherhood. Commenter 3. NTA, and my thing is, she was so excited she told everything, but you. Called her parents and random-ass friends, but not you. Her husband, partner in life, and father. I would be hurt, and also, it would make me question things. You should have been one of her first thoughts, not last. Commenter 4. Your wife and her friends are shitty. Also, why should you have to hide your hurt feelings when she's the one that fucked up and hurt you? Just because she's pregnant doesn't mean you have to push down your feelings. She took away an awesome moment that the two of you could have had, and instead had that moment with almost a dozen other people. You are allowed to be upset with her. What's next? Is she going to insist someone else is in the delivery room instead of you? She's pretty selfish, and I hope she grows up before the baby comes. Update, November 21st, 2024, 6 days later. Hello again. Things have settled down now, and I feel like I have all the information, so I'm here to give y'all an update. When I got to my in-laws, my wife was sitting on the sidewalk waiting for me. She jumped on me and kept apologizing, just hugging me and saying how sorry she was. We went to her room, and I told her I was really tired and wanted a nap before our talk. We slept holding each other. When we woke up, our talk felt like an endless circle, me asking what happened and her saying that she was stupid and that it was her fault. She kept saying it didn't matter what happened because she screwed up a big moment in our lives. I kept asking, but she just repeated that she messed up and that nothing else mattered. Eventually, she said she didn't want to give me excuses and that the right thing for her to do was take responsibility and apologize. I eventually gave in, told her she was forgiven and said everything was fine. Still, I went to talk to her friend, the one who was with her all day, and bought the pregnancy test with her. Her story was that right after my wife tested positive, they spent about an hour freaking out and talking about ways to tell me or surprise me. Eventually, my mother-in-law got home and they told her. Together, they decided to invite their girlfriends over to discuss ways to tell me. The friend went over all their ideas, and I 100% believe her. She also said it was discussed with the group that I didn't know yet, and that they should all keep quiet for now because we hadn't decided when to announce it. She says the one girl who posted it on Instagram absolutely did it on purpose. She had been told not to say anything to anyone, and at that point, they were even discussing ways to tell me with her. The picture she posted was taken when another friend had just arrived and heard the news. For some reason, she decided to post about it right then and there. Apparently, when they confronted her, she initially claimed she didn't know she wasn't allowed to post it. She stuck to that lie for a while, but eventually she just told everyone she didn't give a shit and left. She blocked everyone in the group and we haven't heard from her since. No one knows why she did it. They don't know if she's jealous of my wife or something else. At this point, we don't care. She's blocked on our end too, and we want no contact with her. My sister later confirmed the friend's story. When she first called me with details, she was under the impression my wife had just told everyone and forgot to tell me. But after talking to other friends and my mother-in-law, she told me basically the same story. I was also told by the friend I spoke to, my mother-in-law, and another friend that when I called my wife, she basically said, "Screw it, I'm telling him right now," and was super excited to do it. Me and my wife talked again during our trip back home, now with me having most of the details, and she told her side, basically identical to what my sister and the friend told me. She was again very apologetic and kept saying that I'm her #1 priority, and that this was one of the dumbest things she has ever done. We have a couples counseling appointment next week at her insistence. I honestly don't think it's necessary, but she believes I need a space to fully express my feelings. She's worried I forgave her too fast and that I'm bottling everything up. Honestly, her concern about my feelings is already enough for me to forgive her and chalk this up as a one-time thing. We also had our first appointment with an obstetrician. First, because it's obviously the right thing to do, but also because many people warned me about the risks of miscarriages in early pregnancy. My wife's last period was about 6 weeks ago, and the doctor said it was a bit early for an appointment. Still, they ran a bunch of tests and confirmed my wife is indeed pregnant. So far, everything looks fine. Thank you all so much for caring about a random stranger. Relevant. Comment? Commenter 1. Seems like things woked out, that's great. Honestly, I think you're completely right with that one friend. Just block her from your lives and forget about it. No reason she will give you will bring you any satisfaction or joy. Just forget about her. OP. Yeah, honestly, never really liked her. Never said anything because she was friends with my sister for a long time and it didn't matter to me. But now I know my gut feeling was correct. Has the friend group blocked this friend after what happened? OOP. The entire friend group has blocked her back. There are stories coming out of her shit talking everyone behind their backs and other stuff like this. They are all done with her. Commenter 2. In your original post, your sister told you that the friends didn't understand how your wife hadn't already told you, so that makes no sense if they were discussing surprising you. It also doesn't explain why your wife had locked herself away. If one friend had done that, then that friend would be thrown out and everyone else would be comforting your wife. This seems more like they got their stories straight, and your wife is a horrible liar, and that's why she didn't want to tell you and got someone else to do it. Your sister wanted you to forgive your wife, so maybe her story is different now for that reason. This doesn't make sense to me, but I'm just a stranger online. OOP. I guess I didn't explain it correctly. Their reaction was more like, I don't understand why she didn't just tell you because the news itself is enough. There wasn't a need to make a big plan. Most of them were just like, I think you should just video call him. Other plans involved finding a way to get me to come over to town and throw a party or something like that, but most of them thought she should just tell me. And apparently that was the reason that when I called, she was ready to do so. To me it makes perfect sense, and I trust my wife. Update 2. January 11th, 2025, 1.5 months later. Short recap. I was here 2 months ago to ask if I was an idiot for being upset that I found out about my wife's pregnancy via social media. A friend of hers posted it without permission before she had the chance to tell me. At the time, it was apparent she knew she did something fucked up and did it on purpose, but she did not give any explanation for it and blocked everyone we know. Now I'm back to share the reason, as we found out why my wife's friend, we'll call her Carol, did what she did. She was having an affair with my FIL, and she posted it as some weird power play. Apparently, they have been seeing each other for 3 years now, but according to my FIL, during the first 2 years, they were together only 4 times in total. This past year, apparently, they developed a relationship, and my FIL was promising to leave my MIL for her. First, from my perspective, I've lost all the respect I had for my Fael. I used to look up to the guy, but this is nuts. Look, my in-laws' marriage was not great. They separated a couple of times in the past, and before the pandemic, they were discussing divorce. Apparently, the pandemic helped them rekindle the relationship, but to me it still felt like they should just divorce. My MIL is a very nice woman. I like her a lot, just like I used to like my FIL. They both look very good for their age, 50s. They're rich, they go on dates, take trips, but there was resentment there. You could feel it in their voices when they talked to or about each other. So while it would have been terrible for them to cheat, it wouldn't be surprising if either of them had. It would be an asshole move, but I wouldn't judge too much. But then you go and cheat with a woman half your age, who is friends with your daughter, and who you've known since she was 13, and you were in your 40s? Just fucking gross. But most importantly, my wife is pretty sad. She's disgusted, as she should be, and has been saying she doesn't know if she'll ever forgive her dad. Apparently it was a common joke in her friend group that she had the hot dad. She hated it. And Carol was the one who made that joke the most, so that's another layer of complexity to unpack. My MIL has moved in with us temporarily, just to get away from the town where everyone now knows what happened. She doesn't even seem sad, though. She looks mostly mad and annoyed. The pregnancy looks like it will be a good distraction for them, and my ML will be a big help with that. The way it came out is that Carol apparently got drunk after Christmas and sent pics of her and my FIL together to an ex who was hitting her up. The ex then sent them to his friends, and the gossip spread around. She has reached out with an apology, and in it, she admitted she posted about my wife's pregnancy out of jealousy toward my MIL. It was honestly super weird and didn't make any sense. My wife didn't respond, just blocked her again. My FIL has tried to reach out to us a lot, saying this is an issue between him and ML, and that we shouldn't get involved or judge him for it. Yeah, right. In the beginning, he was even saying he loved Carol and was doubling down. A week later, he was promising my wife that he'd never even look at Carol again if she'd just talk to him. I'll follow my wife's lead on this. Whatever she decides, I'll support her 100%. As for our relationship, it's back to what it was. She was a bit distant after the pregnancy reveal fiasco, but once I told her I missed her clinging to me, she's been all over me again, and it's amazing. Ever since this thing with her dad came out, she's been sad, but I made a joke that she's been playing up her sadness a bit to get more cuddles, and she laughed and confirmed, LOL, so I think everything is going to be fine. The pregnancy is going well according to our doctor. Apart from this mess, things are okay. TL.dr. FIL was having an affair with the friend that posted the pregnancy. It's a big mess, but other than that, things are okay. Top comments. Commenter 1. This is not a twist I was looking for. Take care of your wife, and good luck to both of you. Commenter 2. Carol sounds like a frenemy rather than a friend. I wonder what else she is plotting to upset your wife. Is it due to being jealous of your wife's life? Or is she just plain psycho? Commenter 3. That's a huge mess to deal with. And you're definitely not the asshole for being upset about the way you found out about the pregnancy. Carol's actions were manipulative, and your FIL's affair is just gross, especially given the long history. It makes sense why your wife would be feeling sad and distant, but it's great to see you're supporting her. It sounds like things are back on track with you two, and I'm glad the pregnancy is going well. Stay focused on each other and let your Phil and Carol handle their mess. Story 7. Just do the dishes that are mine? Have fun with bugs infesting your dishes. Original post March 16, 2019. I'm a 27-year-old woman with 3 male roommates who are all grad students. I'm in the master bedroom and they all are on the other side of the house. They're all also about 2 years younger than me, so there's kind of a house mom role that I've fallen into. I don't mind it most of the time because I'm like, hey guys, don't forget to do X, and then they do it. But the cleanliness issue is one that I really can't get over. When I cook, I either clean the dishes as I'm cooking or I soak them in the sink for a little while and then clean them within the next couple of hours. My roommates, they just let that sit there. I got annoyed about 2 weeks ago because I went to make myself some pasta and there were so many dishes in the sink that I couldn't actually clean my pan. Out of frustration, and probably a little bit of passive aggression, I just cleaned all the dishes, then waited for a time when the guys were home to let them know. Me. Hey, I went to wash a pan earlier and there was no space in the sink. I know you guys are busy with classes, but there's gotta be some way to get your dishes clean within 48 hours of them being dirtied that way. We don't get this pile up and I don't feel like you guys are leaving the household chores to me. The guys. Oh my God, of course our dishes aren't your responsibility. We're sorry. From now on you don't have to worry about it. Only do the dishes that are yours. Fast forward to about 3 days ago. Roommate 1, Nathan, is going out of state to visit family. Roommate 2, Luciano, is in South America with his lab mates, and roommate 3, Sanjit, is probably at his girlfriend's place. They all disappeared like a whisper in the wind, and I woke up the next day realizing that not only were none of the guys here, but they left a bunch of dishes in the sink. Now, we live in the South, and it's just starting to get warm outside. There are bugs, and those bugs get attracted to grossness that gets left out on counters. It's day 3, and all kinds of gnats and flies are gathering around their dishes. Normally, I'd be so incensed that I would just clean it all, but you know what? I refuse to wash their disgusting dishes because they told me I didn't have to. I'm not even going in the kitchen right now. It's so nasty. Thankfully, being in the master bedroom means I have my own bathroom, and I've decided for the hell of it that I'm just gonna wash my dishes in the bathroom sink, which is, surprise, surprise, bug-free. Tomorrow, 2 of them get back from their trips. I plan to give absolutely zero craps when they realize that this is what happens when they leave all the kitchen work for the woman of the house to do. Update on 3/17, 4:30 p.m. EST. Not all the roommates are even back yet, guys. I'm getting so many PMs asking for updates. You gotta chill, people. Let the madness unfold so I can give you a full post tonight or tomorrow morning. Update March 17th, 2019. Update. Just do the dishes that are mine, tilde. The conclusion, tilde. Halt, traveler. Before reading on, check out my previous post if you haven't already. Done with that? Good, let's continue. Woo! Well, hey guys! This really blew up, huh? I'll be honest, I wasn't expecting my post to get so upvoted and commented on, so I'm guessing that means I'm not the only one who's been in this situation. First off, to those of you saying I should just move the dishes into their rooms, that wouldn't be maliciously complying. Nobody told me to move dirty dishes. P. Also, that would have required me touching everything, which I truly did not want to do. I'll keep this strategy in mind for the future when I'm in more of a petty revenge mood, though. To those of you who said I was just setting up my house for a bug infestation, it's an old rental house in the woods in the South. Bugs are an unfortunate inevitability that we have to stay on top of. Normally, they kind of hang around the trash can, which is gross, but whatever, it's trash, and I usually spray the can down with Raid whenever we take it out. Either way, it's not my job to prevent the house from getting infested. It's everyone's job. That's the whole point. Anyway, moving on. Because my roommates all came home at different times, you're going to have to know them individually, so here are some fake names. Roommate 1 who went to visit family is Nathan. Roommate 2 who went to South America is Luciano. Roommate 3 who was hanging out with his girlfriend is Sanjit. Again, not real, just trying to keep them distinct so you don't get mixed up on who is who. So, first we have Sanjit, who came home last night with his girlfriend. As far as I can tell, they skipped the kitchen entirely and went straight to his room. This morning, though, I was unlucky enough to be woken up by my cat's claw in my foot at like 7 a.m., so I was very awake and heard them shuffle into the kitchen for coffee. Sanjit said it was fucking gross in the kitchen, and his girlfriend agreed. Sanjit proceeded to say something like, "This is why I don't even want to cook in here." It's true. Sanjit doesn't cook very often. He mostly gets delivery. So, I could safely assume that the dishes did not belong to Sanjit. He and his girlfriend left the house not long after I heard this conversation. Next to arrive was Nathan, around 2 in the afternoon. I was actually out in the backyard hosing down my cat's litter box. It is the other part of the house that commonly attracts bugs, when he pulled into the driveway. I heard him enter the house, but I didn't want to be standing in the living room waiting for him. So, unfortunately, I didn't see the initial reaction. When I did go back inside, he was in his room unpacking from his trip, but there was still that gross little buzz around the dishware. I went into my room to reassemble the litter box, and then started browsing Reddit like you do. After about 2 hours went by and there was zero kitchen activity, I started to get anxious. I gotta say, some of your comments worried me, folks. They won't care. They're your bugs now, etc., etc. I seriously started thinking, what if they really just don't give a shit and these dishes get ignored for another 48 hours? What if I got myself worked up for nothing? So I actually came up with Plan B. Plan A, of course, was the best timeline, a beautiful moment of clarity where all the roommates recognized that communal living is a team effort and we all have to do our part to get by. Barring that, Plan B would be to wait until all roommates were home yet again and corral them in the kitchen to say, "Look at this shit. This is bugs. You literally left your dishes for over 3 days for me to do, and don't tell me you didn't. There's the bleach. There's the insecticide. Get to work." My blood was boiling a little just thinking about it, and I can be kind of scary for a little lady, so part of me was actually kind of hoping I would get to do Plan B and let off some steam. Thankfully, at one point, Nathan came out of his room and started making a frozen pizza in the kitchen. I heard some dishes clang, the oven door open, close, and the sweet smell of pepperoni filling the air. A few more dishes clanged, and then Nathan started coming by my room. I heard him before I saw him. Nathan, "Hey, Whitty." That's me. Me, "Hey man, how was your trip?" Nathan, "Good, I'm just jet-lagged." "What happened in here?" Me, "What do you mean?" Nathan, "Like, is something rotting in the garbage disposal?" Me, "You talking about the bugs? I mean, that's what happens when shit gets left out like that and then everyone leaves town." Nathan makes a face as if to say gross. Me, "Yeah, it's pretty gross. There's cleaning stuff in the cabinet underneath if you're looking for it." Nathan, sigh, "Cool, thanks." He walked off looking very sullen, like Charlie Brown on a bad day. The nice part of the house mom thing is that at the very least, when I do explicitly tell someone to do something, they do it. So, as pouty as Nathan was, he started cleaning while his pizza cooked. In my head, I was just screaming, "Hooray!" I did a little girly happy dance at my desk, I'm all elbows, and allowed myself to relax a little. Not only was Nathan cleaning the dishes themselves, but the surfaces in and around the sink. He was attempting to spray the bugs to death. I left him to it and kept browsing Reddit. I considered updating you guys at this point, but not all of the roommates were back yet, and I hadn't actually seen the finished product, so for all I knew, he could have done a crap job. I actually did end up checking the kitchen not long after this conversation. I wanted to make myself some tea anyway, and to my great pleasure, there were no dishes in the sink and very few bugs. We're still basically in a cabin in the woods, so some little gnats and fruit flies are an unfortunate inevitability, but it was nowhere near the thriving community that it had been a few hours prior. Luciano, the final roommate, got home around 8 o'clock at night, much later, in a wonderful mood. He's the party boy roommate, and he and Nathan are best buddies who often get drunk together. Our recycling bin is always full of beer cans and empty bottles of booze, and it's pretty much always because Luciano and Nathan stayed up late smoking cigarettes and drinking. So Luciano gets back and starts unloading beers onto the counter. Thunk, thunk. "Nathan! Nathan, come here, you bastard, let's drink!" Nathan had apparently been asleep, catching up from his jet lag, and stumbled out of his room. 2 beer cans open. Nathan, "Lou, you owe me like 5 beers. Did you make chicken last week?" Luciano, Probably. You want some?" The fridge door opens. Nathan, "No, dude, you didn't wash any of your shit. It was still sitting in the sink today when I got back." Luciano, awkward pause, the fridge closes. Fuck. Nathan, "Yeah. Dude, look at this." I'm assuming Nathan took pictures of the sink when he got back and started showing them to Luciano. This is what it looked like in here, like, I know the baking sheet was mine from before, but... Luciano, "Ah, shit." At this point, Nathan started whispering a little bit, so I couldn't really make it out. "I'm sorry, guys, but I'm fairly certain I heard my name in there, so I can only assume it was somewhere on the spectrum between a charitable We literally just told Whitty she wouldn't have to do our dishes, and an angry Whitty was a huge bitch about it and I had to clean everything. Either way, whatever. I don't mind being the bad guy when I have a clean sink. A few minutes ago, I popped out to the kitchen to make myself more tea. Everything looked good, thank baby Jesus. Luciano and Nathan were out on the back porch chain-smoking, and Sanjit is probably still out with his girlfriend. For the sake of it, I gave the kitchen another good hose down with the insecticide and then wiped it down to dry. The kitchen definitely smells like bug spray right now, but honestly, I'll take it. Maybe the lingering smell will be a reminder. I wish I could fast forward into the future here and tell you guys, and they never left dishes in the sink again. The end. But only time will tell on that front. It seems like the #1 culprit here was Luciano, and I'm a little sad that he didn't have to deal with the bugs face to face. But if Big Bro Nathan keeps him on track, then we'll be fine. I'm sure some of you were waiting for there to be a big blowout roommate brawl, and to be honest, part of me was prepared to get into an argument with someone over this, but I'm grateful that the shit just got done without there being too much of an interpersonal issue. I'm definitely going to keep your strategies in my back pocket for the future, so if this happens again, they'll either get dishes on their pillows or I'll hide all the clean dishes so they can't use them. Thank you so much for reading my previous post and this follow-up, and for being so invested in the outcome here. Good luck in all of your maliciously compliant endeavors, and for God's sake, wash your dishes. Story 8. 23F positive pregnancy test, and I haven't had sex with a male in 6 years. Help! I'm freaking out. I'm scared that I either have some crazy form of cancer, or was raped, or that I'm crazy and had sex that I don't remember. I am 23F and a lesbian. Not very sexually active, but have sex with the girl I'm sort of seeing about twice a month. She is a cisgender woman, and there's no possible way she could get me pregnant, just to be clear. The last time I had sex with a male that I remember was in high school 6 years ago. I am 5'3", 140 pounds. I'm healthy, I think. I take Zoloft and sometimes use non-prescription allergy medicine, but I don't think those things are relevant. I started throwing up occasionally maybe a month ago, and I wasn't really worried about it and thought I just had a stomach bug. I went to a walk-in clinic this morning because it wasn't getting better, and they told me I'm pregnant. I explained that I can't be pregnant, and they said I must be. I don't really keep track of my periods, but I'm not sure if I've had one in a couple of months. I am scheduled to see a gynecologist next Friday to confirm the pregnancy, but I'm scared and want answers now. I've been reading that there are some kinds of cancer that can cause a positive pregnancy test, but I can't find a lot of information about them. Can anyone tell me how likely that is? The only other possibility is last November I had been drinking at my friend's house where a bunch of us got together to watch a football game, and I don't drink and drive, so I slept on their couch. I didn't drink all that much, I think 3 drinks, so I shouldn't have blacked out. My friends whose house I stayed at are a male-female couple. I texted my male friend asking him if we had sex or something, and if I was just so drunk I didn't remember it. And he was very confused and upset and said he wouldn't cheat on his wife or have sex with someone who was that drunk. I want to trust my friend, but the thing I'm really scared of is that my friend raped me and is lying and that I didn't even know it. I live in Tennessee and abortion is illegal here and I'm scared. Can somebody please tell me what is going on and if there's any other reason I could have a positive test? Relevant comments? Is it possible for you to take an at-home test? Medical errors do happen. I didn't even think to do this because I've been so panicked. I'm going to the store right now to get a test and will let you know. I got 2 tests, a regular and a digital, and they are both positive. I was hoping you were right that it was a mix-up. Thanks for at least reminding me that home tests exist. I've been so freaked out I just wasn't thinking. Could be ovarian cysts. Thank you! I didn't know ovarian cysts could cause positive pregnancy tests. I do have an OB/GYN appointment a week from now. Do you remember going to sleep that night and waking up fully clothed? Also, have you been menstruating? I think I remember lying down to go to sleep, and I'm pretty sure, but it's been a couple of months and I wasn't thinking anything was unusual. I'm not totally sure if I've had a period in the last couple of months. My periods are always light and I don't keep track of them. Abdominal ultrasounds will show if there's a pregnancy or tumor, and not all tumors are malignant. Thank you so much. Hearing that it could be anything besides pregnancy or cancer is a huge relief. I'm so scared that I'm either going to die or that I'm pregnant and have to have the baby, neither of which are things I want right now at 23. I do need to figure out something to do to take my mind off it. I don't know if I should tell the girl I'm talking to or tell my parents. I don't want to scare anyone, but I feel so scared right now. Mini update and comments. Later that day. Update sort of. Thank you for the responses. They really have been helpful, and I've been a lot less panicked, even though I know I still don't know what's wrong with me. Seeing that it may be something besides cancer or pregnancy has helped a lot, because I thought those were my only two options. I am at my parents' house and feeling a little bit better. My parents will help me get an abortion if I am actually pregnant, even if we have to go out of state, and my mom said she will go with me. I texted my friend, the wife of the person who I'm scared raped me, and told her everything, and that I don't want to accuse her husband, but I'm scared. And she swore on her life that I didn't seem drugged, just kind of drunk, and that I went to sleep on her couch and they both went to bed right after. She said there is no way he could have gotten up and assaulted me without her knowing. So I feel a little better, and I'm trying not to work myself worrying that she's complicit, and that they conspired to rape me. I feel better reading some of these responses and seeing that there are conditions besides cancer that can cause a false positive, and my parents are telling me that even if it is cancer, that doesn't mean I'm going to die. We're also going to try to see if an OB/GYN can see me sooner, and my dad is going to call tomorrow to see if there are any urgent cares that have ultrasound machines. I will update once I have answers. Relevant comment? On what the nurse at the clinic said, yes, I said I can't be pregnant and she that I obviously can be because I am. She said false positives aren't a real thing, but that the OB/GYN could tell me more. Update post, January 13th, 2024, 1.5 days later. I posted a couple of days about having a positive pregnancy test even though I am a lesbian and haven't had sex with a male in 6 years. I got a lot of good advice and kind words. Thank you all so much. I'm going to try to explain what is happening now, but between stress and medicine, I'm not sure I'm able to make a lot of sense, and I'm not sure if I understand it. I went to my parents' house last night and told them what was happening, and this morning my dad found an urgent care about 2 hours from their house that had an ultrasound machine, and they were willing to see me, and my mom took me. They did another pregnancy test, and it was also positive, and then did a regular ultrasound and did not find a pregnancy. So they had me go to the emergency room because they said a positive pregnancy test with an empty uterus is an emergency because it could mean there is a fetus growing outside of the uterus, which is very dangerous. The ER did a transvaginal ultrasound and couldn't find a pregnancy, and they did blood work and said my pregnancy hormone levels are very high and my potassium and iron are a little low, and they thought they could see something on my right ovary, so they did laparoscopic surgery. They ended up removing my entire ovary because they found a kind of tumor on it called an immature teratoma. I don't remember going in for surgery or waking up, but I was freaking out and hysterical when I woke up and they had to give me Valium in an IV. Mom and the nurses told me about the tumor later. The nurse said that they are talking to some specialists and doing pathology to find out if it's malignant or not, because they said a teratoma could be either malignant or not. And I have tried looking up information online, but I don't know if I understand it. I know I owe apologies to my friend who I thought might have raped me. Please no one make me feel worse about that than I already do. I think I am staying at the hospital overnight. My questions now are, how long does pathology take? Is pathology the same thing as a biopsy? Would the tumor explain why I have been throwing up, or is that something else? Will they be able to tell me if I have cancer before I leave the hospital? If it is cancer, am I going to die? Final update post, January 14th, 2024, next day. Last update before I probably go home. The doctor came and talked to me. It turns out that I had misunderstood and they didn't say it was an immature teratoma, but they did say it had features that could be one. It is definitely a teratoma, but they aren't sure if it's mature or immature because it looks like it could be either. They redid my blood work today and it still has pregnancy hormone, but is already less than half of what it was yesterday, so they are sure it was the tumor causing it, and they're pretty sure it was the reason I had been vomiting also. The doctor said he thinks that even if it is malignant, they probably removed all of it, and I don't need to keep worrying that I'm going to die. He said it also shouldn't affect my health because people do just fine with one ovary, and I can still have a baby if I ever want to. I'm not sure if I want biological children, but that is still a good thing to know. They're going to do a scan to look for other masses before I leave today and said that should put my mind at ease. I got an IV yesterday that brought my potassium back to normal, so that is fine now too. I talked to my friends whose house I stayed at in November about everything that happened, and they said they're not at all mad at me and were just very worried about me because they knew they hadn't hurt me, but they were scared someone else had. They know that I trust them but was just really freaked out. I also told the girl I've been talking to, and all of that is okay too. She is a little upset that I didn't tell her sooner because she would have come with me to urgent care in the hospital, but we'll work through it. I sent her a picture of a teratoma from the internet and said, "This is our son," and explained what happened, and we got a good laugh at least. They said the pathology results may take about 2 weeks, and if it is cancerous, they will refer me to an oncologist closer to where I live who works with these kinds of cancers. I'm supposed to take pregnancy tests at home every 2 days for 2 weeks and contact a doctor if they are not negative after 2 weeks, because that could mean there is something else or something left over causing it. This has all been very strange and surreal, but I'm very thankful that I was not pregnant and that if I have cancer, it is probably treatable. I was so scared and had so many horrible thoughts racing through my mind that my friends had raped me and that I was going to have his baby and share custody with him. I never thought I would be relieved to have a monster tumor with teeth and hair that might be cancerous, but I am relieved. Thank you to everyone who answered my questions and reassured me. I was so scared. I'm still a little scared, but you all helped a lot. Story 9. Aida for telling my wife we can adopt her nephews, but not her niece. Original post November 5th, 2023. Reddit. My wife's sister was recently found guilty of dealing to support her habit. She will be sentenced this week and is looking toward a long term because this is not her first time caught dealing. She has 3 children, 2 boys, 4 and 5, and a girl, 14. No one on her family's side wants to or are in a position to take the children except for me and my wife. However, I'm demanding 2 conditions. If we're going to take the children in, I want us to adopt them. I don't want 50 people looking over our shoulders trying to tell us what to do. If we're going to be legal responsible for them, I want to be able to parent them as we see fit. The second condition is that I'm willing to take the 2 boys, but not the girl. The 2 boys have not had any rules in their lives and are terrors, but they're still young and can be taught right from wrong. The girl has gone past the point of no return. She's been suspended from school several times for things like fighting and smoking illegal substances on school grounds. She once dated a 22-year-old with her mom's approval, and they all lived in the same apartment. That didn't last long, and now she's dating an 18-year-old who is a gang member. He was arrested when he was 14 on a home invasion charge, but was released because it was his first time arrested and his age. This is a mess, and we've been arguing about it for an entire week. I don't want to risk our financial and personal security, but my wife argued that we can't just throw her away. At this point, we're not even sleeping in the same bed, but I'm not willing to open our house up to the girl and her lifestyle. Verdict: removed before verdict rendered. Update November 6th, 2023. Editor's note. Edited the top part out as it was a rehash of the Aramithy asshole post. Update. I left out a lot of info because I was in shock and still am. We're both in our late 20s, have been married for a little over 2 years, have no kids, and I just graduated with my advanced degree last year. Last month, we were talking about maybe having kids when we're in our mid-30s, and about where we want to go on our Christmas vacation. Last week, my wife came home, sat me down, and told me we're taking in 3 kids. I know nothing about adoption laws, CPS, or anything related to raising children, much less troubled children. I knew what was going on with her sister, and was told my wife's parents were going to take the kids in. Apparently they decided they are too old to take care of 3 kids. Of everyone in her family, we are the most financially secure and have a house, so when everyone backed out, she volunteered without asking me. That was the crux of our argument, until I realized that it was happening with or without my agreement. That's when I told her, we can take the boys, but not the girl, which started another round of arguments. I've never raised any kids, so I'll know I can't deal with the baggage that the girl will bring into our lives. I can't begin to tell you all how shocking the whole thing is. Sometimes I feel like I'm outside watching my life spin out of control. I want to thank you all for your insights, and especially but and the people working in CPS and or the legal system. Your advice is extremely helpful. Top comment. But. As a social worker for CPS, cautious nay-h. But you need to tread carefully, because your demands may not line up with reality. 4- and 5-year-olds raised in a chaotic and traumatizing environment will absolutely have some behavioral problems which you are relating to running wild. That may not be as easy to fix. They will need extensive therapy. Whether you adopt them or not will not be up to you. You can ask it, but you won't be able to demand it nor expect it. It will be the choice of a judge, based on how much or little the parents comply with CPS requirements, how long the prison term is, etc. I would expect that you will be fostering the kids for a minimum of 12 months before you are allowed to start adoption procedures, depending on where you live. And yes, the courts and social workers will be up your ass during that time, and 6 months after the adoption takes place. You need to think about that as a reality before commuting to these kids. Signing adoption papers as soon as they come to your home will not be an option unless both parents agree. Clear it with a judge, lawyers, psych evils, etc. It just won't happen that way. Where I disagree with most Redditors, though, is about taking in the 14-year-old being inappropriate. If you do not feel you can care for her, you shouldn't. But that shouldn't stop you from being a resource for the 2 kids that you are capable of protecting. I've been a long-term foster parent for children of friends and family, and I've done short-term foster care for kids in my office, anywhere from newborn to 17. A 14-year-old with gang affiliation, substance use, major trauma, and behavioral concerns is not something most people with good intentions are equipped for. You can't just love and therapy all of those issues away. This kid sounds like she needs a higher level of care than you are equipped for. So you aren't wrong for recognizing that you can't give her what she needs. She needs an experienced parent with trauma-informed skills and a ton of one-on-one attention. You aren't an AH for having this boundary and understanding your limitations, and any social worker would tell you that. But do be prepared that taking the boys will not be as easy as you imagine, and you will not be able to demand adoption. If you take them, it will be a trial run, heavily supervised, and maybe adoption happens later. Reconsider your plans based on that knowledge and decide if you are still willing. And call your social worker. You may not be interested at all once you see what the plan will look like. Editor's note. 2. This Redditor has many informative and knowledgeable comments on the post regarding foster care and the foster care system. Please check them out. OPP updated the post January 19th, 2024, 2 months later. Update. It's been a while and I decided to update since I saw some people are still reading my post and asking about my situation. I ended up leaving the house and talking to an attorney. Originally, I just wanted to insulate myself and my assets from any damages that might be caused. However, after talking to her about our state laws and talking to my family, I moved out and filed for divorce. I still love my ex and knew she will be financially strapped taking care of 3 kids, so I signed the house over to her so at least she'll always have a roof over her head. I don't know the exact details, but the following is what I heard through friends. My ex got temporary guardianship of the kids. She moved the kids in and registered them at the local schools. The niece was suspended several times. My ex and her niece got into some heated argument about her skipping school and letting boys into the house while the ex was at work. The niece and her friends cleaned the house of all valuables one day while my ex was at work and they left. No one knows where she's at. Her family thinks I'm the devil, and things would have gone much smoother if I stayed and helped her. Apparently her father and male cousins will rip my head off if we ever run into each other. Over at 6,555, that's one of the main reasons why I ultimately left. With 3 kids in the house, I figured my chance of having our children went down to 0. I know it'll sound selfish, but I want my own children. Story 10. Tifu by telling my kid to throat punch his bully at school. Original post, January 23, 2023. Actual fuck-up happened yesterday at the dinner table after school. After effects of my fuck-up have me currently at the ER getting my son checked out for anaphylactic shock. Yesterday, my kid came home and was obviously upset. So I asked him what was wrong. He's 8, so he still talks to me about this stuff. He proceeds to tell me that at lunch, another kid in his class is bullying him about his peanut allergy, saying that he's faking his allergy and that he's going to wipe some peanut butter on him to prove that he is faking. My kid says to him that he isn't faking and that could die just from touching peanut butter. Other kids said he didn't care and that he wanted him to die anyway. At this point, my kid said that he told the teacher and the lunchroom monitor, who both know about his allergy, and they were able to intervene yesterday. I had a long talk with my kid about doing the right thing and telling the teacher and not letting this other kid make him lash out. Then we talked about the hard part. Now I'm sure I'm going to generate some hate with some people here with what I told him next, and that's fine. We are allowed to have differing opinions. But I'm not apologizing to anyone for teaching my kid to stand up and defend himself. After we talked about doing the right thing and doing everything you can do to avoid a bad situation, I told him that sometimes you have to do the wrong thing to protect yourself, and that should always be the absolute last resort. When he asked what I meant, I told him that if that kid, as long as the bully is only taunting him with words, then he should always walk away. But if he ever did try to put peanut butter on you, then you hit him as hard as you can with the side of your hand in the throat, kind like a throat chop. Then you stop unless the bully keeps trying. Fast forward to this very afternoon, and I get a call from the principal of the school saying that my son assaulted another student and needed to be picked up. I asked what happened, and of course they won't talk about it over the phone, but I smiled a little bit because I already knew. I get to school, and I see my kid sitting in the office, tears streaming down his face. So I walk in, and the principal tries talking to me, but I blow right past her and ask my kid what happened. He says the bully had peanut butter on his fingers, and he was threatening to wipe it on his face. Then my kid said that he did what I told him to do and hit the kid in the throat because he wiped peanut butter on his arm. I looked at his arm that was pretty swollen up and asked him if he was having trouble breathing. Kid said he was fine, just a little shaky. At this point, the principal interrupts with her, "Mr. So-and-so, we can't just have kids hitting other children just because they had a little peanut butter wiped on them. Kids do this kind of thing. We are going to have to suspend him for a few days." It's obvious to me that principal is clueless about the peanut allergy, so I cut her off and asked my kid if he told the bully to stop before he hit the other kid. He said yes. I yelled at him several times that I'm allergic to peanut butter and told him to stop, and he just kept acting like he was going to wipe it on me. Now the principal has a shocked look on her face. I asked to see the video from the cafeteria, and sure as shit my kid can be seen and heard screaming and trying to back away from his bully. At the point where it looks like the bully grabs my kid's arm, my kid yells at the top of his little lungs, "I told you to stop!" Then he grabs the bully by the arm, pulls him towards himself, and executes the best clothesline I've ever seen anyone do and floors this kid. Then my kid sits down and starts crying in the middle of the cafeteria. At this point, I tell the principal that if my kid isn't allowed back at school tomorrow, I was consulting with a lawyer about the attempted murder of my son. I also said that assuming he didn't have any other ill effects from this, I would be fine not pressing charges against the school and the bully since it looks like he may have already learned his lesson. Since I didn't get a response and it's been about half an hour since the peanut butter was wiped on my kid's arm, I picked him up and left to take him to the ear to get checked out. About 10 minutes ago, I got a phone call from the school board superintendent saying that the school board has decided to let my kid come back to school tomorrow. Edit #1. Kid has a clean bill of health from the hospital. Swelling is starting to go down after some epinephrine. Edit #2. Kid got cookies and cream ice cream. Edit #3. I have been invited to a meeting with the school board Thursday afternoon. We'll update afterwards. TLDR told my kid to punch a bully in the throat. Kid listened and did it the next day and got suspended for defending himself. Principal had no damn idea that my kid had a peanut allergy and was then unsuspended when I threatened to talk to a lawyer about attempted murder charges. Last update January 25th, 2023. So apparently I can't add more at this point, so here is the rest of the update. Edit #4. Just left the meeting, which wasn't with the school board as I was led to believe on the phone. It was with the principal and a legal representative from the school board. Had lawyer with me and prior to this meeting, and we discussed what I wanted out of this meeting. My main concerns were making sure that there was a procedure in place to keep allergens away from my child, ensuring that this child has no ability to assault my child again. I also wanted to know how it was that the principal wasn't informed or aware of my child's allergy prior to trying to tell me that he was going to be suspended. Lawyers talked legal stuff for a little bit while I listened, and principal listened. Eventually, my turn to talk came, and I simply explained points #1 and #2 above. I also asked why principal didn't take time to assess the whole situation. The explanation I got was that she was told by the monitor that it was almond butter, not peanut butter by the monitor, so she really didn't look further into it. Which I can understand her point, but it doesn't make things any better from my perspective. So cut and dry stuff first. The bully child has been moved to a different school. Unfortunately, I don't have any legal recourse to find out which school he has been moved to and frankly don't care. Cafeteria monitor has been fired. I didn't hear this at the meeting, but my son's teacher called last night after school and told me. I asked why, and I was told that she was distracted by her phone when all of the commotion started, which explains why this was allowed to progress in the first place. Based on the recommendation of a friend, thanks AX, and many of you via PM I requested, and was accommodated with, an allergy-free table at our school, and I'm being told every other school in the district will be implementing one as well, where children with no allergies will eat lunch at, and anyone who eats with them will have their lunches inspected by a teacher and a monitor to ensure no allergens are present. Now the weird stuff. The kid probably did wipe almond butter on my son. Kid's parent found out through a mutual friend where we lived and showed up at my house last night. The bully kid was very apologetic to me and asked if he could apologize to my son, which I said yes, of course, to. I invited parents and son into the living room, and this child started crying and said he didn't mean to hurt my son. My son started crying as well and said he didn't want to hit him, and he apologized as well. Then the parents asked bully child to explain what happened. So apparently, this kid likes peanut butter and almond butter, and has almond butter on a sandwich and little pack of peanut butter in his lunch for crackers. Bully child thought it would be funny to continue to tormenting from yesterday, said something about putting peanut butter on my son, and put a little bit on his fingers to make him think it was peanut butter. Then he wiped them off afterwards, and got some of the almond butter from his sandwich, and that's what was on his hands when he grabbed my son's arm. I can only guess that there was a little peanut residue left on the bully's hands when he grabbed my son, which explains the subdued swelling reaction. I asked the kid if he knew what a peanut allergy actually does to a person, which, to the other parents' credit, they had actually made him read WebMD about it, and he explained the whole inability to breathe and some other things his mind grasped onto. So I took the opportunity to show this young man the EpiPen needle. We have one that we've had to use previously just for show and tell purposes that you have to stick a person with in an anaphylactic shock scenario. Then I gave him the trainer unit and showed him where it goes and how to press the button. Yes, I told him it was the trainer unit, but I really thought hard about not telling him. I ultimately decided against that because that wouldn't make me any better than the bully kid in front of me. When the button actuated, I think he jumped about 15 in the air and he was obviously scared. Parents apologized again, as did the bully kid. I told all of them that I was satisfied that a lesson was learned here, and I wouldn't be pursuing any additional charges against the kid or his parents. Yeah, I know you can roast me for it with down votes. As the parents and bully kid are leaving, my son runs right past us all and gives the bully a hug and tells him that he hopes he isn't into much trouble. I was asked to sign a non-disclosure agreement, which I, of course, declined. I want my options open to me in case something like this happens again. Until I'm letting this die. Story 11. My husband died, and I have to pretend that he was a great man who loved me. Original post, August 11th, 2024. My husband passed away 3 months ago. I was relieved of that. He abused me financially, mentally, and even physically. When I got pregnant, he convinced me to quit my job, saying that he would take care of me. I could never buy anything again without asking his permission. I couldn't even buy a cream without asking his permission, and he decided if I could or not. Even months ago that I had a little money of my own, I had to ask him for permission to buy something. What was mine was his, and his was his. But I stayed there because I still loved him, and I didn't have a place to go. I had too low self-esteem and let myself be stepped on. When I stopped loving him, he had already had his first affair. He made me believe that I was to blame for the affair because I didn't want to have sex months after my birth that left me torn, and I had to receive stitches. I was already planning my exit and saving money little by little while I was working selling things from home. Since he wouldn't let me work outside because he was very jealous, I wanted to pay for a lawyer. He was having another affair with a friend of his, which luckily kept him busier, and I didn't care anymore that he didn't pay attention to me. I wanted him to stay as far away as possible. I knew that man and he knew me. I could have made a big fuss, but I didn't. I kept quiet, planning my way out while he and that man slept together in secret. I only felt disgusted by my husband, nothing more. But my husband died in a way I never would have expected. He is now a martyr. When someone dies, all the sins of that person disappear. Because that's what even my family thinks. Those who knew about his affair and how he manipulated me are now talking about how good man he was and we shouldn't insult someone who's dead. Everyone around me talks about how beautiful our relationship was. His family talks about what a great man he was, and how always he focused on giving everything to me and our kid. His affair partner hugged me at the funeral, saying that my husband loved me. His friends told me what a great person he was. Everyone talks about how good but he was and how he is now an angel in heaven. And I have to pretend to be sad. The day he died, I cried a lot, but not out of sadness. I cried with relief, and I felt free. It would have taken me too many years to save to pay for lawyers with my little store. Without him realizing that I was keeping money in secret, he would have kept everything. He would have made my life a hell. And I know it because he had told me so every time I stood for myself. But now I have the house, I have everything. I have the monthly money for being a widow. I have my children totally with me. I have started the psychologist. Everyone thinks that I do it to cope with my grief. But no, it is to overcome the abuse I suffered from him. It was really hard to pretend being sad in the funeral, but I did it for my child. I did it because now everything is over, and I'm free. If I made a fuss, my ex-mill would have done something so that I wouldn't keep anything. They were just like him. But now I'm just a sad widow who needs help in their eyes. The silly widow who didn't know anything, but that's helping me to be free and have what I deserve. Sorry for the bad English, I use the traductor for many parts. Edit. We are not from an Islamic country, and here same-sex couples can live and marry freely. He just cheated on me with a man like he cheated on me with a woman. I guess he was bisexual. Relevant comment. Organic 2003. I am stuck on his affair partner hugging you and telling you he loved you. She had the balls to show at the funeral. Damn, you have more control than I could have ever mustered. Cheers to a life full of fun and love. O.P. His affair partner was his football team mate and friend. He is a man. Thanks. PM_me_happy_thinks. Your husband had an affair with a man or another woman? You have a child or children? O.P. His first affair was with a woman, I think. The second with a man, of which I know. Maybe he had others that I don't know. For privacy reasons, I don't want to reveal the number of children, so I prefer to leave it at that it's only one. Update October 5th, 2024, 2 months later. It's been several weeks since I last posted, and I didn't expected my post to end in another places. Honestly, I had totally forgotten that I posted here. But a few days ago, the lover and friend of my ex-husband, I have started calling my deceased husband that way. I don't want to be eternally tied to the idea that he is still my husband even after death. Death did me the favor of separating us. Visited my house saying that he found my post. I didn't expect him to find this, and it scared me a bit. But honestly, there's nothing I can do about this anymore if someone has posted it elsewhere without asking me first. One of my sons let him in when I hadn't heard the doorbell, so I had no choice but to let him in to not make a drama in front of my kids, and I wanted to know what he was going to say. Once alone, he told me that he knows that I know about him and my husband having an affair because of the post I sent to TikTok. All tough, I never did any post on TikTok. That's why I think someone uploaded this there. He told me that my husband was not the best husband, but he was a great friend to everyone and a very hard-working man to everyone, that even his family misses him too much, and even though he had his mistakes in the past, that I should let go of the past and stop digging into it, 'cause we're all better off like that. He was insisting for a while to such an extent that I felt intimidated by him to the point he reminded me of my husband, and it is the first time that I have that feeling with a man that is not my ex-husband. I can talk peacefully with them. But this situation made me feel on the verge of a panic attack because of his attitude. He's basically scared that I'll tell everything. He's gay, and I don't know if he has a boyfriend, but maybe he does, and that's why he doesn't want me to say anything about their affair. I've been a submissive woman for years. My ex-husband turned me into a fearful woman that I wasn't before. He made me the kind of woman who was always going to put her head down. But when he died, I felt so happy and liberated. I cried with relief for days. And when this man came into my house to tell me what to do, it was like seeing my ex-husband again, giving me instructions about how to behave and what to do. The man who knows very well that I was in an abusive relationship because he knew how my ex was and chose to sleep with him anyways. The man my husband made me cook for and then fucked him as if I were just a maid was at my house telling me that my ex was a good person and that I should shut my mouth. He was telling me what to do and I just punched his face. To be honest, I wanted to slap him, but for some reason I felt so angry that I hit him, and it felt like hitting my husband too. I don't regret it, and I felt good. I yelled at him and told him to leave, or I was going to tell everyone what happened. He ended up leaving the house, and he has been quiet since that day. My main plan was just to shut my mouth and let go of the past. But that is one thing, and a totally different thing is that this man comes and wants to impose on me what to do, as if I were a doll. Maybe my reaction wasn't the best, but I'm tired of people telling me to shut up. I never managed to say anything to my husband, and that day I felt that I somehow did that. I haven't told anyone yet, nor do I think about doing so. But if he does something, I won't hesitate twice before this time whether to make a TikTok or post on Facebook talking about everything. With the issue of the house, with the economic crisis, I am not sure that anyone can afford what a house like this is worth. But for now I have focused on finally being able to get a better job in the future, to be able to rent a house and be able to rent this house. That could be a really good way to have money. My other goal in the future is to buy a small piece of land. No matter how far it is, I want to have something that is my own and my children. My children don't miss their father too much, and I understand them. It has taken me a while to get them a child psychologist, but recently they started to go to their sessions and they are doing well. I also go to a psychologist. I think the best thing I've done is to start making excuses for my ex-MIL and my own family for not seeing them as often as before, and I've started the stage of cutting off contact little by little, making excuses with work, or that we're not at home. All tough, I still have to let my ex-mil come home from time to time. I think even my kids are happier when they see that my own mood is better. I doubt that many people are interested in this, but thank you for the messages I received. Although many do not understand that cultures and laws are different, and here buying a house or moving to the other side of a country in a month of impossible for many. Relevant comment. Llama underscore 48,213. The audacity! He thinks you are still the maid. Good for you for showing your strength and sending him on his way. The nerve! I would strongly advise you to coach your children to not allow anyone in that house. Not just for AP if he returns. This includes the family you plan to distance yourself from. Oop. Yes, they know that they should not open the door to strangers, but they open the door to people they know because my ex-husband always sent them to open the door for him. I've begun to explain to them that they should not open the door to anyone without telling me first, and now I leave everything with a lock and key. Story 12. My boyfriend stole my necklace and gifted it to his sister. Original post, September 27th, 2024. Serious advice needed because I am lost. IF have been with my boyfriend, I'll call him Adam, for almost a year now. I met him through my master's degree in the UK. When I was a sophomore in college, I had a long-term boyfriend who I'll call Kyle, who took his own life. We were together for 3 years, and I would never wish the pain of losing someone like that on my worst enemy. When we started college, Kyle gifted me a locket with the word "most" engraved on the back of it. It was our thing. It meant he loved me most. Sappy, but it was ours. Since his passing, this has been my most valuable possession, and I do not go anywhere without it. It is my last piece of Kyle. After finishing my degree and struggling the entire time, I decided that I needed to get out of the town where everything happened and decided to study my master's degree in the U.K., which is where I met Adam. He is the first person I have allowed myself to love since losing Kyle, and I really have loved our relationship up until this. If it is true, I will never be able to forgive him. Adam has always been insecure of Kyle, asking hypothetical questions like if Kyle was still alive, would I be with him, and what I prefer about him over Kyle, etc., etc. I usually dodge the questions and never give him an answer, as I don't condone these type of questions and don't want to feed into it. We have also had to have several conversations regarding Adam talking badly about Kyle. He also dislikes if I post about Kyle on his birthday or death anniversary or have hard days. He sees this as that I don't love him and am still hung up on Kyle. No matter how many years that pass and how much I love Adam, Kyle was my first and his life was cut short. He was also my best friend. I will mourn his life forever, even if I have moved on romantically. He knows how much this necklace from Kyle means to me, and how devastated I've been the last 2 weeks frantically searching our apartment for it. I took a shower one day and set the necklace in the same place I always do, when I came out of the shower. It was gone, and Adam swears he has no idea where it is, and it must have fallen somewhere and got lost. I have been beside myself, spent nights in tears over losing this. Adam has a sister who we will call Jane. Jane recently celebrated her 21st birthday. I am in her Snapchat private story where she posted the beautiful locket that her big brother got her for her special day. It was the same locket. I know it because it has the same engraving on the back. I don't know how Adam explained that one, but he must have some how. Me and Jane are not particularly close, and this isn't something I feel I can just confront her about casually. I also feel silly bringing it up to Adam in case it isn't the same locket, and I'm just going insane and looking for excuses because I was careless and lost it. I don't see where else Adam would have got this locket, as it was made for me by a small business back in the States. She was local to Kyle, and I and her work has always been my favorite. Advice on how to ask Adam about this? I know if I do, he'll deny it either way, and this locket means the world to me. I need it back. Thanks. Relevant comment? OP should reach out to Adam's sister and explain about the locket situation and break up with Adam. OP: I don't intend to stay with my boyfriend, I just need to figure out a way to make sure I get the necklace back. OP on needing to end the relationship and move her things out. OOP: the relationship will definitely be done. It is just tricky. We share an apartment. His name is on the lease as he is from the UK, and I'm American. Working out the best way around it so I don't become homeless and trying to scrape together enough for a trip home for a while. Commenter: can I ask, what are your thoughts on his red flag behaviors being jealous of a person who died prematurely? It seems like it didn't occur to you that those are massive red flags before the necklace theft. OP: I have noticed there are red flags. I guess I have just excused them as Adam is the first person I've found myself having those feelings for again. Also, we share an apartment. He is the name on the lease because he is from the UK and I'm from the States. I'm also a student, trying to scrape together enough money to go back home for a while. I know it's a stupid reason to stay in a disrespectful relationship, but this is a foreign country and I'm mostly alone here. Commenter 2: if he denies it, tell him to produce the receipt or bank statement from the purchase. If he claims he paid cash, ask him what jewelry store or site he bought it from. Reach out to them to see if they've ever sold something like that. Then when he can't prove he bought it, send photos of yourself wearing the locket to his sister and let her know that Adam stole it from you. If she knows about your late boyfriend, you can let her know it's the last piece you have of him and you need it back. Hopefully she's a good person and returns it. He's competing with your late partner. Once you get your locket back, leave. Update: October 17, 2024. Thanks everyone for all the advice. It's been almost 3 weeks since I posted and I didn't plan to update, but I've seen a few comments asking for one. A day or two after the initial post, I confronted Adam about the locket. He claimed did not know what I was talking about and he couldn't believe I could be as cold as to accuse him of this. When asked for receipts or any proof that the locket was not the same as mine, he couldn't produce any and got angry and stormed out of our apartment. He came back that night, tried to gaslight me into believe I was the one who created a problem out of nothing, and even that the necklace he got his sister had no engraving whatsoever. Unlucky for him, I had contacted his mom while he was away, stated that I had misplaced my locket, and was wondering if it had accidentally taken home by Adam when he was visiting. She got back to me pretty quickly saying that she had found my necklace on her daughter Jane's present pile stacked away in a corner. She said that she would return the necklace to me as soon as possible and that herself or Jane must have mistaken it for one of her presents and put it back in the pile. She promised me that she would keep a hold of it in her room until she got the chance to return it. Immediately after I had confirmation that Adam's mom had the locket, I booked the cheapest flight home I could find and asked his mom for a lift to the airport. That way she could return the necklace. She agreed, and after that I sat planning exactly how I would tell Adam that we were breaking up. I didn't need him to admit to stealing the necklace. The fact that I had enough doubt in my mind that I knew he had taken it was enough for me to know that this relationship was going nowhere. I just wanted my necklace back. I stayed with Adam until my flight, which was about a week ago. I let him and his mom drive me to the airport. I left a note, breaking up with him, telling him that my friends would be by to pick up my stuff and move it between their flats. I took a leave of absence from uni until I work out where I'm going to stay when I get back to the UK, and have contacted my landlord about taking my name off the lease. When Adam's mom gave me back my necklace, his face was priceless. He looked like a deer in the headlights. He was so angry, but he couldn't show it in front of his mom. His sister Jane hasn't once questioned the missing necklace, and it's been around 2 weeks now. I doubt she will ever notice. She is rather spoilt. I am glad to update that I'm safe. I am back home with my necklace from Kyle. I am just home from visiting with his grave, telling him this entire story and laughing about it. It reminded me that I should update, and probably hold higher standards in men for myself. Thanks for your love and support. Top comment. Commenter 1. Wow, what a roller coaster. It sounds like you handled that situation with some serious finesse. Confronting him, getting the necklace back, and breaking free, all while keeping your dignity intact? That's impressive. I can just picture Adam's face when his mom handed back your necklace. Talk about a plot twist. It's like he thought he was playing chess, but you were playing 4D checkers. I'm so glad you're back home, and it's awesome that you took the time to visit Kyle's grave and share a laugh about it. Here's to higher standards and better men in your future. Story 13. My boyfriend, 22M, gave a handmade Christmas present to his mother, 40F, that I, 22F, made. Original post, Rare Edit, December 16, 2015. I make really cool vases as a hobby. These can take weeks to complete and are always made with the giftee in mind. My mom, 50F, and I have always been into nature together. We hike, we own animals, we eat outside if we can. I guess being into nature sounds weird. We just like being outside. So I made my mom a Siamese cat urn. It looks like a vase, but the top is the cat's ears. It is super cute, and I love the way it turned out. No one died or anything. It was just the style of the piece. I had finished it and taken it to my apartment, wrapped it up, and been so excited about it. Well, my boyfriend's mother came over, and he didn't get her a Christmas birthday present. She loves cats, so he just gave her the piece I made, which she loved. My boyfriend does not live with me. He has his own apartment near his school. His mother came over before we went over for dinner to see my new kitten. She was in tears over how nice the present was, and I ruined it. I told her that the presents must have gotten mixed up. That was made for my mother. She got a bit upset, gave it back, then my boyfriend went out to dinner with her. He said it would be best if I didn't come. I guess she cried the whole way and he didn't have a present for her, so he looked like a bad son. I have trouble seeing where I am at fault. I understand that the nice thing would have been to remake a gift or let her just have it. However, it was one of my best pieces. And I always give my mother art I make. She loves it. She shows it off to everyone. It is something she takes great pride in. She has one from every Christmas, and I never miss a year. She even shows off the crappy lumps I made as a kid. My boyfriend wants to talk tomorrow. I am not sure if he's going to break up with me or if he wants to yell at me for it. I just need to know what people think. Was I a jerk? Boyfriend seems to think I was. I love this guy very much and really love his mom. She is super sweet and kind and never really gets nice things. I still don't think it is my job to cover for his lack of foresight. Her birthday comes every year on the same day. It's not like it surprised him. I got her a card and a book, which I thought was nice. She thanked me for them later over text, but she seemed really sad about the cat vase. I guess she was hoping I either made her something or my boyfriend actually got her something she really liked. She loves cats, and he has never gotten her anything cat-themed. It is always some cooking supplies or an apron, which means he sucks at presents. So I am just not sure what to think. Does anyone have an idea what to do in this situation? Ta-da-da-da-da-der. My boyfriend tried to give away an art piece I made for my mother. I took it back from his mother, and now she is upset. My boyfriend is mad, and I think I am getting broken up with. Relevant comment. Princess Wessam Pants, I don't really have advice to give, but I want you to know that I think your actions were quite reasonable. Your boyfriend should not have taken the gift that you'd made specifically for your mother. It sucks that his mother was hurt, but I think if you'd let him get away with it, it would set a bad precedent. Good for you for standing up for yourself. If he decides to break up with you over this, it's due to his own flaws and immaturity. He could have asked you to make something for his mother or found something that she'd like, and he didn't. Don't apologize for your actions. If anything, he owes you a massive apology for trying to steal your mother's present and making you look like the bad guy to his mother. Sleep fight. To be honest, I'd dump him for giving away something that you made for your mom without consulting you and blaming you for the fallout it created. He could have asked you to make one for her. You're not a jerk. He is. Hannah Vosre. You did nothing wrong. You made something that you spent a lot of time and love on for your mother, and if he doesn't understand or respect that, then that's on him. While that sucks for his mom, that isn't your problem. You seem like a compassionate people, which is why you feel bad. But I think your boyfriend was expecting to use that in his favor, which isn't okay. My boyfriend, 22M, gave a handmade Christmas present to his mother, 40th, that I, 22F, made. Update, one and only, December 19th, 2015. I want to thank everyone for all the help. A few people advised that I should have just let his mom have the gift. This is not something I was comfortable doing. I don't make art to sell. I make art to give to people who I love very much. So each piece has a lot of love in it. My, now ex-boyfriend, showed up around 4 p.m. and wanted to talk. At me. He just told me he was disappointed and that he had taken a lot of sweet talking to make his mother understand what happened. He told her I mixed up the packages, but that I had one for her that I just needed to get. I told him I didn't have anything for her and that I was not going to be helping him out. He could go buy one for her and pass it off as handmade, but I was not covering for him. I told him I felt that his behavior was cruel to me, the effort I put into my art, and my mom, his mom, just everyone. He told me that he expected better. He would not apologize. He just kept getting angrier and angrier. He ended up grabbing a piece I made earlier this year. I was really proud of it. It was a mermaid on a rock. He said he would give this to her and that I could find a new boyfriend. I told him if he left with it, I would call the police. We weren't screaming, but we were both really angry. He slammed it back down on my table. He told me that he never wanted to see me again, and I should call him when I grew the fuck up. I told him we were over, that he was no longer my boyfriend and I wanted nothing to do with him. I said he could take the clay back if he wanted, but I had already returned his Xbox to the store. He told me to keep the fucking clay, and he wouldn't have apologized if he knew I wasn't giving him the present. He called me a liar and said I had ruined his holiday. According to the dribble coming out of his mouth, his mom was really hurt and had left town early. He thought giving her a piece and shifting the blame to me for getting would make it better. I told him to just leave. So now I am single with a lot of clay and a lightly cracked mermaid statue. I'm not sure how to feel about this, but Dobby is free. Tell the doctor broke up with him. Story 14. Aida for refusing to help my wife and her friend anymore over what my wife calls a miscommunication. Posted May 24, 2023. Fake names. My wife, Emily, has a longtime friend, Leslie, who has recently become a single mother. Leslie does not have a working vehicle at the moment and is working 2 jobs, so Emily took it upon herself to help Leslie out as much as she can. Emily had started asking me to help as well in driving Leslie and her kids around, taking them to school appointments, taking Leslie to the grocery store, etc., whenever Emily or someone else couldn't. I agreed, since it made my wife happy, and I understand the kind of situation Leslie is in. Helping has turned into Emily inviting Leslie and her kids over often, or organizing trips that they would like, such as camping or fishing. A few times my wife was unable to attend these get-togethers she organized due to work, and insisted they still take place, leaving me to entertain Leslie and her kids on my own. Since I've known of Leslie my entire relationship with my wife, I didn't think too much about this. The times that it has been me left with her or sent in Emily's stead to shuttle Leslie around, I've made normal small talk with her and her kids. Recently, Leslie's kids were going to be away for a weekend, so Emily wanted to have Leslie over for dinner and some movies. She asked me to text Leslie to ask her over, and when I did, Leslie replied with, "Just as friends, right? I'm not interested in being anyone's girlfriend." I thought that response was out of left field, so I asked her why she'd even say that, and her response was pretty much, "No guy would be asking me and my kids how we're doing or helping me out unless he wanted something in return." I told Leslie it wasn't anything like that, and then showed my wife the conversation and informed her I would be stepping back from helping her with anything involving Leslie, and to leave me out of any future plans. I also offered to show her the rest of my phone and anything else. Emily believed me, but she still talked to Leslie about it to see what had given her that impression, and accordingly she gave Emily the same answer. A few days later, Leslie apologized to Emily and told her that her emotions and mind were just all over because of a down day. That's fine, but I'm still not willing to help her or my wife out anymore as I had been, because I don't want any repeats or accusations hurled at me when I was helping as my wife asked. Emily thinks I'm overreacting and should just brush it off because it was just a silly miscommunication she had on a bad day. Eta, additional info. The text I sent Leslie about the night was, "Emily wants to know if you'd like to come over for dinner and some movies on Saturday." That's why her response was so out of left field. I sent the text because Emily was busy on her phone and wanted to know ASAP so we could make our weekend plans. Edit. Thanks for all the comments and different perspectives. I'll talk to Emily tonight when we get home about the overhelping and what to do going forward. We are not swingers. Leslie knows my wife is completely monogamous, and while I will be bringing up concerns she's helping too much, this level of help between the two of them has been present for as long as I've known my wife. Relevant comment. NTA. But why is your wife so suddenly attached to this woman? If I were Leslie, I'd be wondering more if your wife wants a girlfriend than you. They've always been attached at the hip. When my wife had surgery for carpal tunnel, Leslie kept showing up even when I was home to take care of Emily in the house. Add in that my own sister is similar with some of her close friends. I never found their friendship strange. Info. How long have you and your wife been acting as Leslie's chauffeurs and doing everything for her? What is Leslie's plan to get her own life back together? It's been about 4 months. Leslie is trying to save up to get a new used car or her current one fixed, as well as looking for a cheaper place to live. Info. Does she have trauma in her background? This sounds more like someone who has learned people give nothing for free and has been betrayed or hurt in the past. No idea. TA. But only because Leslie didn't apologize, and I don't think you're in the wrong for not helping her anymore. This is kind of a weird situation. Like if my friend asks me to go fishing with me and my kids, then sends her boyfriend/fiancé/husband in her place. That's pretty weird. If it was just an errand, that's one thing, but a whole ass-fun trip is super weird. I would just cancel the plans at that point. Also, Was this fishing and camping trip just you, Leslie, and her kids, or were there others involved? So I can actually kind of get Leslie's side, because this time you directly texted her from your phone, right? When your wife sets up these errands, play dates, I'm guessing she initially says it'll be her. Then shit might come up, and so maybe half the time, she then tells Leslie that you're coming. So a direct text to Leslie from you asking to come over for movies kinda does feel pretty off. Also, you say, paraphrase here, no guy would be asking me and my kids how we're doing or helping me out unless he wanted something in return. But I'm curious, what exactly the text messages say? My wife made the camping trip. One of the fishing trips when my wife couldn't make it, and we knew ahead of time, we discussed canceling. She discussed it with Leslie, and they both decided to go ahead with it. The other time my wife organized us all going to do something together. She was with us for about an hour before she had to leave. I did directly text her from my phone, which I've had to do before. My text read, Emily wants to know if you'd like to come over for dinner and watch some movies on Saturday. I don't know about 100% of the time, but I have heard my wife tell Leslie she'd be sending me in her stead on a number of occasions, so it's not as if Leslie didn't have heads up. NTA. Did she apologize to you in addition to Emily? That's what kinda sets it off. She can have an off day and feel like maybe everyone has an ulterior motive and get snappy, but she needs to apologize to the person she hurt, you. If you're worried she's going to, make a move on you and she's done more than this comment, that's different too. No, she did not apologize to me, only to Emily. NTA. I think there is more of a miscommunication between your wife and her friend. When your wife cannot drive or entertain her friend, does she let her friend know you are taking her place, or that she volunteered you herself? Or do you just show up? The friend might be confused in this situation. While I understand the single mother's frustration, she needs to figure this out for herself. She cannot nor should she depend on everyone else forever. Also, where are the kids' father in helping in their appointments? I don't know about each and every time, but I have been witness to my wife giving Leslie a heads up I would be showing up instead. Such as one outing Emily planned. I suggested canceling when Emily's schedule changed, but after Emily and Leslie discussed it, they decided to go on ahead without Emily because Leslie's kids were looking forward to it. NTA. But forgive her and move on. People get silly notions, and she's recently been abandoned, right? You've been very nice, and she didn't understand that your wife was directing it. I'm sure she's embarrassed enough, so it would be nice to accept her apology and not withhold your help. She knew my wife was directing it, and she did not apologize to me. NTA. I'm a Mormon, and in certain parts of my religious society, this behavior would be seen as a clear attempt by Emily to groom Leslie to become a sister wife. Actual attempts to do so have been done with more tact and subtlety, and yes, they do happen, despite the fact that polygamy is literally illegal and banned by the church. She's going way too far, way too fast, and I'm not surprised Leslie is panicking a little when Emily is coming on like a wrecking ball and dragging Hubbo along with her. Leslie's the one who said the words, but she said them in reaction to Emily's energy and actions. Emily's the one who's been shoving Leslie and OP together, alone at night, and then being conspicuous by her absence. That would get any honest person's hackles up, and I simply fail to believe Emily when she pretends not to be aware of this. Bottom line, I can't help but feel that Emily is up to no good here, and somewhere in the back of her mind may be an idea to share her husband with her childhood friend, like just another possession. Question. Is there any possibility that Emily may have learned she can't have children? That would certainly put a magnifying glass on a possible motive for Emily's behavior. Emily can have children, and she's only not been present twice in all the months she's been helping her. I don't know how people are taking a few times to mean constantly or often. Update. Ada for refusing to help my wife and her friend anymore over what my wife calls a miscommunication, posted June 27, 2023. Thank you all for your input. There's been some good and not so good outcomes to this issue. My wife and I had a long conversation after I made my original post. I brought up points from both my perspective and possible points from Leslie's perspective that commentators made to explain the situation and why it had me uneasy enough to step back. I showed her the post, and she eventually relented. Emily decided she would speak with Leslie again to see if her having to leave during a couple of outings or missing one had made Leslie uncomfortable, despite Leslie agreeing ahead of time she was fine with Emily leaving, not showing up. We also discussed the matter of overhelping. In that regard, Emily wanted to keep helping her as she had been, because that level of help is normal for them, but she would stop asking me to help when she couldn't. Instead, she said she would talk to Leslie about getting the kid's father to help out more now that her ex-fiancé was gone. She wound up agreeing I should have received the apology, but since I'm just hands-off now, I didn't see the point in pursuing it. I'm happy to say I have not been volunteered to help or drive since our talk. She continued to help Leslie as she was able for a couple of weeks until things took a negative turn. There were a couple of times neither my wife or Leslie's other friends were able to give her a ride or help her, and she asked Emily where I was, that I couldn't do it. Emily said she told her it was best I didn't to avoid any future misunderstandings. After the fourth time, Leslie asked my wife to have me drive her pick stuff up for her when no one else could. Emily tells me that Leslie started in about how if what she said wasn't true then I wouldn't be avoiding her, but I'm acting as if I got rejected. According to Emily, Leslie started to draw parallels about how I went out of my way to do things for Emily right before we got together, and started helping Leslie, so that was all the proof Emily should need about me having ulterior motives. And after that, she says Leslie devolved into telling Emily she'll wind up being left too. We have minimized contact with Leslie, and Emily told her she needs to do so unless Leslie seeks counseling for her breakup and stops having a negative outlook on the relationships around her, and then they can rebuild their friendship. That has been hard on Emily, so whenever I'm not working, I'm doing what I can to help her get through this. Thank you again, Reddit, for the fresh set of eyes. Story 15. Ada for asking my best friend to break up with his uneducated, unemployed girlfriend so we can be together. I know the title makes me seem like a bitch, but I couldn't think of another way to summarize it in one go. We'll call him Dean, and we'll call his GF Helen. Basically, I'm a university student and interned at a marketing company over the last few summers. Dean was my boss there, and we became really close friends. Our friendship moved outside of work, and I no longer intern there at all. The more we talked, the more I fell for him. He's incredible, hardworking, successful, funny, the whole package. His girlfriend is not emo. She's actually a loser. She's uneducated and unemployed. Helen dropped out of high school because of family problems. Apparently her mom has severe anxiety and depression, overdosed multiple times when Helen was a kid, and would have breakdowns, threatened to hurt herself if she was left alone. So, Helen stayed home with her, and still does when necessary, because her father can't get retired. Over the years, Helen had admitted it's weighed on her own mental health. She sees a psychiatrist and takes medication. She's developed her own irrational anxiety. She's had some jobs over the years, in the hours her dad is home with her mom from work, but would have screaming/crying panic attacks while on the job. She has them at home sometimes too, at night, but she can calm herself down okay apparently. Subsequently, she's never finished school or held down a job. Dean and I have talked about it many times. He insists she, quote, "start doing her best," that she does all the cooking, cleaning, laundry, yard work, etc. at her home. She gets a very small amount of money from her father for this weekly. She also does video game streaming and makes some money from that. Barely any, I think. They've been together for 5 years, and he's come to terms with the fact she may never work or get educated. Dean has a marketing degree. But he doesn't seem to care. He says he will provide financially, and he's okay with her being a Sahem someday, or even just a stay-at-home wife. I DM'd him asking him why he's even in love with her, how he fell in love with her, just why. I don't get it. He can do so much better. He said this: "I fell in love with her for many reasons. She's sweet, kind, cute, and she always sees the best in people even with everything that she's been through. I think she's funny, beautiful, intelligent, and is always trying to do some good. I like that she's random, silly, quirky, and passionate AF. I like how competitive she is because LM competitive too. I like that she's athletic. I like how she cook things, top of the dome, without the need to Google everything, like me. I love her giggle, and I really love her smile. I like her singing voice, and well, all of her voices. I like her hugs, and I love her kisses. I like when her fingers are in my hair. I like the things that she draws or makes from hand. I like it when she holds my hand. I like her taste in memes, and I like her taste in music. I like her puns and her sense of humor. I really like her presence, and I like her dance moves and how good she is at everything. I like that she likes to help people. I genuinely like the person that she is, always have. I admire her a lot and will always want her for myself. I told him how I felt about him, how I'm in love with him, and that I wished she wasn't around. He said, "Well, I'm lucky that she is. I don't know what I'd do without her." I told him he's just comfortable and he's staying with her 'cause it's been a long time. That'll been at a place in my life where I thought I couldn't go on without certain people, but I survived, and he would too. He said this, "Well, I don't want to, so I'd appreciate you not saying things like, 'I wish she wasn't in the picture.' That's awful. If you cared at all about me, then you'd say that I'm lucky to have her and respect that. You know? So he adamantly won't leave her, and I don't understand why. With the little money she earns, she saves up to do some very special things for him. Got him a cameo from his favorite actress, took him to see his favorite sports team in the playoffs, got him a PS4. She's taking him to his favorite band this summer. She also does sweet stuff for him, like give him random cards, drawings, paintings, crap like that. I think maybe that's the real reason he stays with her, but I could do that stuff for him too. She's had years to do it. I'm studying hard. I work as a barista to get through school. Love talking to him, I love spending time with him. He means the world to me. Does anyone have advice on how I can win him over? I just want him for myself. I'm the better choice for him, he just doesn't realize it right now. What can I do here? Edit. Some people think I'm shitposting. I'm not. Here's some of our DMs. Editor's note. Transcripts of screenshots. Dean. How materialistic are you? OP. You're really going to support some stupid bitch the rest of your life? That's really insane. Dean. It's none of your business. Why'd you apologize if you're still going like this? OP. 'Cause I don't think you realize how dumb what you're choosing for yourself is. OP. She's not worth it. OP. You can have someone who is your equal. Dean. Listen, I don't have to argue with you about who I'm going to marry, LOL. You want to talk? We can talk about anything you want except my relationship. Otherwise, I won't be replying. OP. You looked out for me, so I'm just looking out for you. OP. I'm just being a good friend. https://imgur.com/a/1tdsux. OP. She has no job, though, and I do. Dean. Yeah, you're a real treat. OP. At least I'm not a broke bitch. Dean. You work at a coffee shop and rent a room, redacted lol. OP. Yeah, which is more than she does, isn't it? Dean. No, actually. Call my GF bitch one more time. OP. Call them like I see them. https://imgur.com/a/kzaviesrol. OP. No one else would do that. You're still talking to me, you didn't give up. Dean. Just trying to look out. Doesn't seem like you have anyone else. Anyone would do the same. OP. Not any guy I've met before. OP. I just wish she wasn't in the picture, I guess. Dean. Well, I'm lucky that she is. I don't know what I'd do without her. OP. You'd go on like everyone else. OP. There are many people I thought I couldn't go on without, but here I am. OP. You would figure it out too. Dean. Well, I don't want to, so I'd appreciate you not saying things like, I wish she wasn't in the picture. That's awful. If you cared at all about me, then you'd say that lucky to have her and respect that. You know? We were fighting here, but we usually have a great relationship. Edit. I decided to link him to this post as someone who commented recommended. Hopefully he'll get a better insight into where I'm at emotionally and why. Relevant comment. Relevant comments 1. Woodford Revers. Can't you just be FWB? OP? He doesn't want that. I've sent nudes. He asked me to stop immediately or he would cut contact. Little Midgem. You asked for nudes from a guy in a happy relationship and sent him some even though he has a GF? This is the easiest YTA we've had in at least a week. Relevant. Comments 2. Schmavid. There's clearly something he sees in her that he doesn't see in you. You can't explain why people like who they like. If he's happy with her and the relationship, then that's that. Your attempts to drive them apart would only drive your friend away from you. OP. He hasn't let himself see me in that light, though. If he did, he would see I can offer him all she does and more. He just thinks he's happy. Love is blind. He had no idea what he's in right now because he's in so deep. If he could just wake up and realize we could be a very happy life together in the future. Schmavid. What you think about any of this doesn't matter. It's what he thinks. Move on. OP. Why can't I change the way he thinks LM, seeing it as an intervention for his dead-end relationship? I just don't think anyone here is hearing me out. It seems bad on the surface, but it isn't relevant. Comments 3. OP. LOL, okay, so I should let him be homeless with her and live in a shitty rest of his life. He could have everything with me and more. I'm going to have a steady career, I'll have a degree, I'll have many things. So, I dream of the things he and I can achieve together. We could have everything if she ceased to exist. I just wish she didn't, that's all. If that makes me bitter, then okay. Alexander Frostfire. Homeless? I think most people wouldn't care if they were living on the streets with their loved one. Yeah, it would be hard, but they wouldn't be alone. And that's a big conclusion to jump to. I think he'd be able to support both himself and his GF. Also, the DM screenshots, which I finally read, just made you seem even worse. It's one thing to call her a bitch to strangers on the internet, but to do so to her boyfriend? Damn, I can't believe he's still even bothering to talk to you. I think you belong in our nice girls. I hope you figure yourself and your behavior out. It's not okay to treat anyone like this. DX. Relevant. Comment four. Too many ants. Link him to this Reddit post and he'll be able to see where you're coming from in a way that's clearer than text messages, which are short and impersonal. He'll see it with super clear eyes and he'll probably even realize he needs to take the problem person out of his life. Your replies in particular will show him everything he hasn't realized. So you agree she's a problem? Thank you. People in this post are judging me so hard and I'm trying to stand by myself because I know what I believe in here is what's right for me and him. I'm giving him some time to cool off, but I'll link it to him this weekend. Too many ants. Might want to do it sooner than later. There's a decent chance this thread won't be around by the weekend. I'd be a little surprised if it made it to the end of today. OP. What do you mean? I don't think it'll be deleted. I'll send it to him now then and just tell him to open his eyes and have an open heart. Maybe he will come around. Thanks for being understanding unlike everyone else. After OOP was talked into sending the post to Dean, Dean responds, screenshot of reply. Posted by you/throwaway 38837 44444 L. You linked me to this post so I could understand you better, and now I do. I love my girlfriend more than life in itself. I've been with her for 5 years for a reason. Not because of what she can offer me financially, but because of who she is as a person. That's what matters to me. I'll work 3 jobs if it means keeping her. For example, she once spent 2 hours traveling in the rain to bring my sick mom some homemade soup. Money doesn't buy that kind of heart. I never told you that story because you would get emotional and angry with me for even bringing up my girlfriend. I tried to be your friend because you seemed lonely when we worked together. You said your roommates don't talk to you, and your family is back in your home country. We never had a future together. It's not even a possibility. I will protect that woman at all costs. And it really hurts me to see you talking shit about her to strangers on the internet. I hope you'll have the integrity to take this down. Maybe it's best we don't stay friends for now and see where things head. You sent me the link through this thread, and then you immediately blocked me on Instagram. Why? I don't understand what you want from me at this point, but it's no longer worth my energy. Luff. You're ready to grow up and respect my relationship. Give me a call. Story 16. My 30F husband, 30M, of 7 years, is really angry that I refused to quit my job to become a stay-at-home wife girlfriend. Not sure what to do. Original post April 2nd, 2023. Hi everyone, not really familiar with Reddit and having an account, but saw this as an online forum for relationship advice and could use some input. I love my husband and he's an amazing man, but we have flaws like everyone else. We both aged out of foster care and met at a youth fulfillment program, basically a work camp that helps kids with no families learn the fundamentals for living, finances, certificates, as needed. We were both 18 and stayed in contact after the program ended. He made it clear he liked me, but I was truly petrified of men at that point in my life due to past experiences and rejected him a bit harshly. I reached out to apologize and we became friends. Then a year or two later I saw he posted on Snapchat he was in my area. I asked if he would want to go on a date so I could practice being comfortable around guys, and he agreed. He never made a move, never touched me, never made weird eye contact. If I said no, he didn't ask a second time, not even as a suggestion. We went on these platonic dates for months with nothing happening, and one day I asked for a hug and then asked for a kiss, and he asked me to be his girlfriend. We got married a year after, and our 7-year anniversary is around the corner. We agreed we would not even think about having kids until we were older, since both of us were the product of young parents. We've really just only focused on getting by on using as little money as possible and saving up every dime to buy a house. Thankfully, we got our house a few months ago, and we were both able to quit our second jobs and for the first time only work regular 9-to-5s. Yay! I've discovered I really like gardening and baking, and I love having a real home. We have been discussing adding to our family by having a baby, and I feel very ready to be a mom. Scared still, yes, but ready. But my husband brought up how sad I would be if I had to quit since I've worked so hard. I told him I had zero plans to quit. I would only take maternity leave. Plus, my company allows maternal and paternal remote options for 1 year after birth, so I can just work from home if needed. I know it's a lot to do with a newborn, but giving up the security of my paycheck is simply not an option. He told me this was what we worked for, to make our own perfect family opposite from what ours were like, and I was blindsiding him by changing my plans, and I told him no plan has changed. I can have a career and be a mom. Plenty of women do it. He doesn't have to quit his job to be a dad, so why should I? He said it wouldn't work for a baby's needs, and I told him, okay, since I make more money than you do, why don't you quit, and I go back to work remotely after healing from birth. That way we have both hands on deck, and we don't have a severe loss of income, as I make $89K/year, and he makes $52K/year. He mentioned that if I trusted him fully, this shouldn't be a problem. I told him I trust him, but I don't trust our current economy, but I left out that I really do genuinely think quitting my job with no savings, wiped out by getting the house, and relying on a man is absolutely stupid. He had plans made previously with his parents and had to leave, so we said we would pick the conversation back up when he gets home, but he's very, very upset. Madder than I have ever seen him, and I don't understand why he just assumed I would quit. Not only do I not understand it, but it makes me trust him a lot less than I did yesterday. I have a bad habit of running for the hills when problems come up, and not gonna lie, this is making me really nervous. Thank you for reading all of this if you have. I'm open ears to what could be going through his mind or why he is thinking like this. Really just doesn't seem logical to me. He's been watching all of these videos of stay-home wives, girlfriends, and I feel like this is influencing him a lot. Edit. There was an update to this post. We are no longer together. Relevant comment. Deleted. So this is just my opinion. I think his childhood and upbringing trauma is playing into this a lot. This doesn't sound like a situation where he wants to control you like in some posts, but more like a situation where he has idealized what a perfect family might look like, and so he wants to give his children that. You two need to go to couples counseling for a while. Figure it out with a therapist to help intercede and help him understand. Financial security is important. Hold off getting pregnant until you guys have been in couples therapy for 6 months or so and have begun working towards some common ground. As for him going off to meet his parents, is it possible having them back in your lives is contributing to this need for a picture-perfect family? Just curious. OOP replied. Thank you for this comment. I've been thinking on it for most of the day now. The parents he went to see are foster parents, but there was some legal issues going on and they had to release guardianship. He lived with them from 10, 15 until ending up back at a group home and aging out. But they always stayed in contact, and he considers them as parents. But they never lost contact, so I'm not sure if that would be it, but he didn't start seeing them in person again until 2-3 years ago. I've never thought he was controlling, but we have talked in the past about this type of thing, and I have always told him I would never want to be a stay-at-home mom. Maybe at most until they're in elementary, if he was making a lot more money, but we're not at the income level, networking level where I can get away with having 5-year gaps in my employment. Neither of us has attempted therapy again, and most of our experiences were less than pleasant with DHR child services counselors, so I'll see if he's open to the idea. Update July 18th, 2023. It's been a few days since he came home and told me he met a girl at work and she's a better woman than me, and that she has a son already and will be a stay-at-home wife or girlfriend or whatever the fuck. He gets his happy ending, I guess. He texted me right before I got off work and asked me to pick up food from one of our usual date night spots. I got home and noticed his car had boxes in it and a woman I didn't know. I tried opening the door, but it was locked and she just looked at me. What little was left of our savings he took, and both of our cats. I didn't see this coming at all. I haven't told any of my friends yet. His adoptive parents have been dropping me off food that I can't even force myself to eat. I haven't cried yet. I'm kind of still in shock. I wish I had a family to run to, but for now the internet has to do. I haven't answered any of his calls or texts. He keeps trying to check in, ask if I'm okay. How the fuck would I be okay? I never thought he would cheat. I asked him to promise if there was ever someone else he would just tell me as soon as he knew. But they've been together at least 6 months. So while he was calling me selfish for not wanting to put in my 2 weeks and be a stay-at-home wife, he was dating her the entire time, planning a future with her the entire time. I feel stupid. I should have taken everyone's advice more literally. When I asked him to go to therapy, he wouldn't. His parents think he's have some type of mental break. I should have stayed afraid of him and avoided him. I should have chosen a better outcome for myself. I just feel like the same girl that no one wants to love anymore all over again. I know what he did isn't my fault. I know I could never stop him, and really do I want a man who doesn't want me? Never. But that just doesn't stop it from hurting. Relevant comment. Significant Jello 35. He wanted you to be reliant on him and didn't want you to be smart enough to find out his affair. See if you can dig more info about AP. Go nuclear on them both. You are still young. You can find a new love. OP replied. Once I found out she was 20, I stopped caring. Their karma will come one day on its own. I doubt I would be able to stop myself from having to do hard time in prison if I ever see them again. Rivulet, let's be real. She grabbed onto him with her kid, and he'll leave her just as fast as he left OP when he realizes he doesn't actually want what he thinks he wants. Mostly because he'll realize it's not what he thinks, or it's way too hard for him to do, OP replied. His mom, adoptive, called me and is already coordinating for dropping the cats back off to me. He didn't know his new girlfriend is allergic. At least I get a little laugh already, lol. Rivulet. If he didn't even know that, imagine what other surprises he's going to discover. What did he do? Just grab the first woman who would agree with his idea of what a relationship looks like and say, she'll do? Update 2 July 27th, 2023. Really want to say thank you from the bottom of my heart to all of the people who reached out to me with well wishes, especially other spouses who experienced similar. It helped so much more than you could ever know. There has been a few things that have happened, and honestly, I'm exhausted in every way possible. So the input from folks has really been useful in organizing my thoughts and keeping an open mind. I couldn't help it, but for days I compared us and wondered what the fuck he could have been thinking until I realized she's a carbon copy of his biological mother, or at least the stories he heard about her since she died when he was 5. I hate that I feel bad for him still, even after what he's done. But we offered him support for his thoughts. We urged him to go to therapy. I even offered to pay for it myself, and he was too prideful. I lost both of my parents, too, at an older age with even more core memories with them, so it wasn't a boat he was in alone. But he chose to act like it was and wallow in self-pity. He called me on our 7-year wedding anniversary, minutes after midnight, whispering apologies and saying he feels so guilty. I asked for what, and he just said, well, you know, what we're going through. I told him, no, it's what you're doing. We are going through nothing. I was abandoned by my husband, exposed to God knows what, while you were fucking her and coming back home to me. We were still having sex like every single day, so I made sure he knew just how disgusting I thought he was. Then he got pissed and told me he only started cheating because I couldn't follow his lead. Sir, look where you led yourself. Our entire marriage I've pushed him career-wise. Hell, the job he has right now I applied to on his behalf. Meanwhile, I'm pretty sure he doesn't, or didn't even know what my full job title is. I pushed him to reach out to the adoptive parents when he started getting family obsessed, but neither of us were ready for a kid. He went on about how I broke my promise first when I decided I didn't want to be a real mom by not quitting, that I was turning his adoptive parents against him because they are refusing to meet his new girlfriend. He blamed me again and then had the nerve to say that this could all be put on pause if I can learn how to make decisions that benefit a family and not myself. I asked point blank if he was insinuating that we could get back together if I quit my job. He told me yes, I will always love you, but you make things more difficult than needed. I hung up and blocked him on everything. Spent the rest of the night hugging wine in the bathtub and wondering what the hell kind of person I had been sharing my heart with. The next day he went public with their relationship, posting a photo to Instagram, and most of our mutual friends reached out, with my closest friends commenting less than kind things on the photo. As it turns out, he and his new girlfriend have been together for 7, almost 8 months. She is 20, her son is around 2. I reached out to her ex, the father of her son, who she had left to be with my ex-husband. She moved out in the middle of the day and took their kid, so he was just as blindsided, if not more, than I was. We met up and went for a walk, stopped by a bar. Literally cried, laughed, hugged each other, sang songs way too loudly, and sobbed in public like a lunatic, but it helped so much. We also made sure to exchange evidence for any court battles. I'm a little iffy towards him for now, considering that they had quite the age gap. She was 17 when they met, and he was 26. He said she lied about her age, and they met at a college party, and then next thing he knew she was pregnant. He gave her money for an abortion, but she came back with baby clothes instead. So he tried to do the right thing and moved her in with him. Also, she's not actually allergic to cats. She just hates them. She also was very aware he was married and has been to the house multiple times. He admitted he had cheated on her before their son had been born, while she was pregnant, but that she didn't tell him she knew until after she had moved out with their son. He said he was still texting her every day, not just about their son, but also about possibly working things out. He wants her back, but she seems to be head over heels for my husband, just like I was. I told him good luck, but yeah, not the direction I'm going in at all. This time he made his bed and he will lay in it for good. Our chances of reconciliation are 0. I have never accepted someone back into my life after a betrayal, and it won't start now. At first I wanted to make sure the divorce was going to be short and as simple as possible, even if it meant giving up some things, but after that conversation, I have decided I'm fighting tooth and nail for everything I can possibly get. I live in a no-fault divorce state, but my state does have special laws for adultery. Can still sue for it here. And the divorce attorney I've consulted said it looks pretty good that I won't have to pay him alimony. He also told me to look into every single banking transaction in my accounts, as he did not think they got an apartment on his income without some extra cushion, aka my money, and he was right. Last year, my ex-husband told me he got really into stock trading, and if he could invest some of my money as well. Guess who was never doing any stock trading, and the screenshots he showed me were all fake, pulled from somewhere else? And he had been sending that money to his girlfriend or saving it for their new place. I've been pretty enraged since finding that out. He asked his adoptive parents to ask me to allow him visitation rights to see the cats, after he had to give them back once he realized his new GF is allergic to them. I relayed that he needs to first run me my fucking money and then take it up with the judge. I didn't think visitation was a real thing for pets, but according to my lawyer, it very much is. I officially filed for divorce yesterday, and he emailed me quite the colorful email about how selfish and bitter I am for not putting my pride aside and being so fast to file for divorce and refusing to let him stop by the house to see the cats that now he's accusing me of cheating. I read somewhere that you never really know someone until you're divorcing them, and I can truly confirm that is true. I felt like you guys deserved some sort of update considering how much support I was given. I can't share more details for now, but really thank you all again. New update. Went on my third date after filing for divorce from my husband. September 11th, 2023. I was stupid and got married at 23. We met in a foster youth program. Long story short, I didn't want to be a stay-at-home mom since I was the breadwinner. He found someone younger and dumber who would. I wish Reddit let you fucking change usernames, but here we are. I had to pick up another job to make sure I'd be able to afford the house on my own. But when my regional lead from my main job heard about it, they gave me a promotion that actually cut down my work time and gives me more money. I still kept the second job. It keeps my mind busy. Most of my workdays were spent in collars and heels. But the side job is an overpriced membership-only gym that I definitely can't afford without my employee discount LOL. I've had a few guys approach since I filed the divorce paperwork, but I just wasn't feeling up to it. And even though I stopped wearing my ring the day he moved out, I still felt guilty, like I was betraying him. He was the only man I've ever been with, so spending a decade learning everything about one person and now having to switch gears is really damn hard. But one of the guys I see often at the gym asked if I'd be his date to a seminar he's sponsoring. I said no at first, and he accepted the no very gracefully. I saw him a few days later, sparked up some conversation, and asked if maybe we could try a lunch date. Just us, first. I was fully prepared for him to tell me, "Nope, you're too late." But he instead canceled the plans he had already made. We met up a few hours later, and honestly, my face hurt from laughing and smiling so much. He's a pretty charming man and has a lot of random knowledge about safari animals that gives me the same comfort that watching animal documentaries does. He asked me out for a dinner date the next day, and when he let me know he was in my neighborhood earlier that day, I asked if he wanted to stop by and grab a breakfast sandwich before I left for work. I have a 9-year-old cat who hates like 99% of people, but she loved him and even let him touch her belly. He dropped me off lunch at work and we met up for dinner, and ever since we've been texting almost non-stop. I've never felt this comfortable with someone so fast in my life. It's scary, but I've already told him that we're separated. I haven't told him the nitty-gritty details, just that it didn't work out and we outgrew each other. But the seminar was this past weekend, and I went as his date. It was a great, great night. I tried champagne for the first time, had the best conversations with some of his associates, and did a little professional networking too. The tomboy teenage girl I used to be would never believe this shit, lol, but more than anything I'm grateful for the support of my friends, who got me through the tough nights so I could make it to the good ones. Only up from here, I guess. Relevant comment. Dry_material _5499. My advice: your pets know you sometimes better than yourself. I have several, but my point is go for it at a comfortable pace. Your cat gave him the green light, so do baby steps and let this bond grow. I'd be an asshole for I keep going because you're obviously smart, so go have fun and let life give you what you need. This guy sounds like a winner in my book. OP. Oh, we will be keeping it completely casual. I don't want this bond to grow too much. I think it would be a bit tacky for us to date either way, for other reasons. It's just nice to have someone to laugh and smile with. I plan on being single for sure for at least the next 3 years. I owe it to myself. Final comment from OOP. A marriage is only valuable if it's mutual and both parties are honest. One day I will have a real marriage, but what I had wasn't that. Story 17. Ada for wearing a white dress to a wedding after being specifically requested to by the bride. Original post, November 21st, 2023. OMG, my head is such a jumble right now. Let me try to make sense of all of this. When I 26F was 5, we moved, and our next-door neighbors had a girl my age named Bella, 27F. We immediately connected and grew up thick as thieves. Our families were also close. I moved a couple of hours away for college while Bella stayed home. She would come visit me frequently, stay with me, and we had great times. I met Barrett, 26M now, in an econ class sophomore year and realized we had a lot of friends in common. He was a smart, attractive guy, so we ended up hooking up a few times after study sessions. It was fun, but there wasn't really long-term chemistry, so we remained friends. We never even talked about dating. We weren't close after that, but we were on group text threads together and saw each other frequently at parties. I introduced Bella to Barrett at a party senior year, and it was love at first sight for her. She interrogated me about him, and I informed her of our history. She seemed pretty upset about the fact that we had hooked up, but I assured her that there was absolutely nothing romantic there and that she had my blessing to pursue him. She did, and after a few months they started officially dating. She was over the moon. I was happy she was happy. I graduated and accepted a job 6 hours away from home. Shortly afterwards, Bella and Barrett ended up moving in together in my hometown. I visited them frequently at first, but life got busy, so we ended up seeing each other annually at holidays. Last Christmas, my family hosted a Christmas Eve party with our two families, at which Barrett proposed to Bella. It was a heartfelt proposal, and everybody was thrilled for them. Bella wanted to talk about nothing but wedding planning that holiday, and we had tons of fun brainstorming ideas together. There were no signs of what was to come. Over the next few months, I expected to be formally asked to be Bella's maid of honor. She had mentioned this over the holidays, but the ask never came. She started screening my calls. Finally, I received a save the date in the mail and still hadn't heard from her about whether I was in the wedding, so I got her on the phone and asked her. She told me that she had thought it through and didn't think that I should be in the wedding at all because I lived so far away. She thought it would make coordinating bridal events too difficult. She was making her cousin, who she doesn't even like, her maid of honor. I was pretty hurt by this. I was her closest and oldest friend. I introduced her to her fiancé and was friends with him too. I told her that I could get the time off work, would buy plane tickets, whatever was required of me to participate. That I didn't think that it was going to be as challenging as she thought. She shrugged this off. Instead, she directed the conversation to whether I was going to be bringing someone to the wedding. I was a little confused by this question because I just had a bad breakup and she knew all about what went down. I told her that since I wasn't seeing anybody currently, I'd probably be attending solo. She told me that she would keep my +1 open until the last possible minute and encouraged me to try to find a date so I wouldn't be lonely. I thought this was a nice gesture, but reassured her that with my family present and tons of mutual friends from college and our hometown that I would be fine. The next few months passed without much incident. I didn't hear a ton from Bella. I probably could have reached out more, but I was still stinging a bit from not being asked to be in her wedding party. I also saw on social media that she had an engagement party that she had not told me about or invited me to. That also hurt, but I didn't say anything. I figured we were just growing apart. It happens. Then 6 weeks prior to the wedding, I got a call from Bella. She told me that one of her bridesmaids had dropped out and that she was hoping that I could fill in. I wouldn't be going to any of the events as those were already booked, but I would be in the wedding party. I was thrilled and relieved and accepted immediately. She told me that she was doing a reverse color palette for the bridal party where all of the bridesmaids and groomsmen were wearing white and she and the groom were wearing black. This didn't seem that strange. Bella has always liked to stand out and has unconventional taste. She apologized for the late notice and asked if I could find a white dress in time. I had a white slip dress already that would work and sent her a picture of it on the call to see if it would work. She verbally approved it and tagged it with a thumbs up on the text chain. This will be important later. The wedding was at noon, so we were supposed to meet to do hair and makeup at the venue at 8 a.m. I left my parents' home early and arrived in sweats with my dress in a bag and greeted Bella and the other girls. We had fun drinking champagne and getting ready. About 2 hours prior to the ceremony, Bella told everybody to get our dresses on so we could do some pictures. I grabbed my bag and went into the bathroom to change and tweak my makeup. When I re-entered the room, every last bridesmaid was in a blue dress. I was the only one in white. My stomach dropped. My mind raced back to the conversation I had with Bella. She had said white, right? I hadn't misheard? No, I was certain. She had called out the reverse color scheme. I had Googled it. No, this was a setup. Bella was in the middle of the room in a bathrobe with a resigned look on her face. She said to her cousin, "I told you she was going to do something like this." Her cousin approached me and asked what I was wearing. I mumbled that Bella had told me to wear white. Bella didn't even blink. She stared back and huffed out a laugh and said something about how of course I would have to make today all about me. The cousin started screaming at me, going off on me about how I was jealous, in love with Barrett, and how completely unhinged I was. Honestly, I froze in that moment. I was so spun around by how fast everything went from great to shit, I couldn't even find the words to defend myself. Eventually, I stammered out that I had another dress at my parents' house and could go home and change. Bella said something like, "I think we both know that this is the end of our friendship. I've given you too many chances. It's time for you to go." I started to cry. I didn't really know what was happening or what she was talking about, but I knew that whatever was going down was really bad. Finally, my legs started to work again, and I fled. I left all of my things at the venue and just ran to my car and went home, sobbing in the white dress. About a half hour later, my phone blew up. Texts from nearly everyone in my life, telling me that I was bitter, that I was a whore, that I needed to grow up and get over my jealousy, asking how I could do that to Bella. Even my mother sent me a text, telling me how disappointed she was in me and that we'd talk when they got home. I did what any rational person would do in the situation. I broke into my parents' liquor cabinet and got drunk. As a result, the conversation when my parents finally arrived home was somewhat confused. My dad wouldn't even look at me, and my mom and I kept talking past each other. She outright didn't believe that I had been told to wear white, and I didn't understand why. Then finally she said something like, "Because of everything else that happened." And I was like, "What are you talking about? What does that mean?" And she said, "You know, your ultimatums to Bella." The next few hours revealed the truth. Over the last several months, Bella has been building a fiction with nearly everyone in my life that I am mentally unstable and madly in love with Barrett. She has concocted a web of outlandish tales and systematically poisoned my family and friends against me. My boyfriend apparently dumped me because of my feelings for Barrett. Lie. He cheated and I dumped him. I told Bella that she needs to choose between me and Barrett. Never happened. I told Bella that I couldn't be in the wedding party because I couldn't support her marriage given that Barrett was meant for me. Lie. I had a major meltdown before the engagement party, and that's why I wasn't there. On and on, lies on top of lies. In all of these stories, Bella has painted herself as the patient, long-suffering friend trying to deal with a friend clearly going through a tough time. She expressed understanding for my unrequited love for Barrett and empathized with how hard it must be for me to see her marry the love of my life, and has made great efforts to try to sustain our friendship despite how complicated the situation is. The lie has been going on so long, my mom literally did not believe me. Finally, I grabbed my phone and handed it to her, and told her to go through my text messages with Bella. Asked her to show me any evidence of any of that happening. It was when she was scrolling through reading our messages that she saw the picture of the white dress I had sent Bella with her thumbs up on it. I had completely forgotten about it. The absence of any ultimatums or Barrett drama in our texts and the picture of the approved dress flipped my mom. She finally believed me. She was horrified that she had bought into a false narrative. She called my dad into the room and explained what was what. My dad isn't the type of person you want to piss off. We had to spend significant energy trying to calm him down so he didn't walk next door and rip the house from the foundation. My mom still says that I'm a bit of an asshole because I should never have assumed that I could wear white to someone's wedding. I should have confirmed with the other bridesmaids about what they were wearing, and that was part of my job as a member of the bridal party. Fine. I own that. But it doesn't change the fact that I never meant to hurt Bella, and she has been setting me up for this epic fall for months. The next day, hungover on multiple levels, I sent screen caps of my call history with Bella and the photo of the approved dress text to multiple people. Unfortunately, this is where my occupation works against me. I am a graphic designer, and people believe that I photoshopped the image. Trust me, if I was going to Photoshop some proof, it would have been a hell of a lot more compelling than somebody liking an image. So pretty much nobody believes me except my mom, dad, and one of the other bridesmaids, one of Bella's friends from college I don't know well. She was there during the dress incident, and she found me on social media and DM'd me that she could tell from the stunned look on my face that I was telling the truth. She said that Bella had a pretty bad case of COVID at the beginning of the year, and ever since then had changed as a person, becoming cruel and self-absorbed. She said the wedding events had been horrific and Bella was a monster, and she was planning on going no contact now that it was done. So that's 3 people out of hundreds that don't think I'm an asshole. Everybody else does. My reputation destroyed. My life in tatters. I don't think I'm the AH, but I submit myself to Reddit's judgment. Relevant comment. OOP answers some questions. Did Barrett maybe say something about him having feelings for you that you did not reciprocate? This is possible, I guess. But I'm not aware of any incidents. I think perhaps this has more to do with Bella's cousin putting poison in her ear about me than Barrett actually having feelings for me. But that's just a gut instinct. I don't actually know. And where was Barrett in all this? You said he was your friend, so it seems odd that he would watch his bride attempt to ruin your life for the fun of it. The first time I saw him after last Christmas was at the rehearsal the night before the wedding. I gave him a hug and congratulated him, and expressed how excited he must be, and we talked about my drive up and how some of our mutual friends' flights had been canceled. It was entirely benign. Bella was talking to somebody else, and I greeted her a bit later. I never saw him the day of the wedding because I didn't make it that far. I have no idea what he makes of all of this, but I have to imagine that he's been poisoned to believe I'm some deranged stalker as well. I haven't reached out to him because I'm worried doing so would add fuel to Bella's narrative. If your parents were at the engagement party, why didn't you tell them you weren't invited? My parents were not at the engagement party. My understanding was that it was more of a friend's engagement party than a familial one, but they did know that it happened, and I do think they expected me to come home for it. There was a lot of miscommunication between my mom and I. My parents are pretty low EQ and uncomfortable with emotions and drama, so they didn't pry too deeply. My mom would ask me questions like, "So Bella told me a little bit about what is going on. Are you okay?" And I would assume she was talking about my cheating ex, where my mom was actually talking about my unrequited love for Barrett. And I would respond with something like, "I'm struggling a little, but I'm getting through it. I'll be okay, thanks, Mom." And like that, we kept talking past each other. Looking back, there were a few things my mom said that confused me, but I didn't seek clarity at the time. In response to some more questions on that thread, so if they expected you to come home for it, why did they never ask you about your plans to attend, and when would you be home? I wish I could answer your question, but I genuinely do not know the timelines from my end. I don't know what my parents knew when the party invites went out, when my parents were told by Bella that I couldn't handle going. All of this happened without me knowing about it, so I just don't know. Don't. Trust me, the fact that my parents thought all of this stuff was going on with me and didn't properly talk to me about it has been difficult to swallow. Also, how is it that as you're getting ready at the venue, you never see her wedding dress or talk about the flipped colors for the wedding until it's time for the bridesmaids to get dressed? I was boxed out of all of the other wedding events except for the rehearsal, which lasted about 30 minutes. I was never really put on group texts about the wedding, which I thought was owed to my last-minute involvement. Dresses were in garment bags and put on a rack. At one point, her bridal gown was removed from the room to be steamed. I don't think it was back yet when this all went down, which was why she was still in a robe. My understanding was that she wanted photos of us helping her get dressed, which was why we were getting dressed first. Now I suspect the timing was intentional. I was the only person who thought there was a flipped color palette, so I don't know why that would have come up in conversation. We talked about a lot of stuff, but wedding colors didn't come up. It seems like both you and your parents are poor communicators, and Bella relied on you not reaching out to her, or her parents, the other bridesmaids, or your parents to ask about wedding plans. Yeah, my relationship with my parents is... Well, I think I'd need a whole additional ATA post for that. It's complicated. There is no judgment bot, but most comments were NTA or just confused and asking for info. Update post, January 16th, 2024, almost 2 months later. I've gone back and forth about updating my post. If you read my update, hopefully you'll understand why. For safety reasons, this will likely be my one and only update. For those of you bitching about length, I included a TLDR at the end. Before I get started, I want to address a question a lot of commenters had about my parents. A lot of people were questioning why my mom would hear all of that stuff about me and not check in on me or confront me. It's because I'm an apostate. Last year I left the religion my parents raised me in, which Bella is still involved in, so she has superior credibility. My politics differ also. From where Mom and Dad sat, I was a sinner capable of any act of evil because I turned my back on biblical principles. Assume that the broader religious community in this town believes the same of me. Despite this, I tried to have a relationship with my parents. I am an only child. They are my only family. But there was strain and distance there. For example, I did not tell my parents a lot about my breakup because the circumstances of that would reinforce some of my parents' worst beliefs about me. It's also the reason I haven't been home in the last year. It's also one of the reasons I assumed things were strained between Bella and I in the last year. I didn't bring it up because, as everybody wanted to point out, my post was already too damn long, and this one will be too. Sorry. I would have guessed that the events of the wedding would strain my relationship with my parents further. But unexpectedly, it has brought us closer. I think many of my parents' strong opinions of me were more about how they felt my leaving the church would ultimately reflect on them in the community. But now that the community has rallied against me and the worst has happened, they've circled the herd. They've waged holy war in their church on my behalf in the last couple of months. It's weirdly cemented that my parents actually do care about me, despite our differences as people. So in that regard, this awful event has been a blessing. A lot of the awkwardness between us from the last year has faded, and it really feels like they've chosen a side, and that side is me. We had a great holiday together. So in that way, I'm glad this happened. On to the update. In the immediate aftermath of the wedding and post, I did as people suggested, and sent out a screen recording of my text messages with Bella, all of them going back months, to counter her narrative that I was unstable, and explaining my side of the story. There were 3 camps that emerged as a result. First were my high school friends. Most of them are religious and had been extensively brainwashed by Bella. None took my side, except for the one bridesmaid who had already contacted me. Next were the college friends closer to me. None of them had heard Bella's whisper campaign and accepted the evidence immediately. Several of them told me that they had never really liked Bella and that she had shit-talked me behind my back. This was news to me, but also a relief because these are the relationships I most don't want to lose. And it looks like I won't. The college friends who were closer to Barrett just didn't really care. A lot of these guys are classic dude bros that are drama adverse, so I'm not shocked they aren't relishing the chance to wade through and litigate the evidence. No hostility coming from these people anymore, but no support either. I can live with that. Bella's nuclear and extended family I have given up on. When I was back for Christmas, I tried to go over to speak to Bella's parents, who were like parents to me also, and they refused to even open the door. I left a letter in their mailbox. It went unacknowledged. In general, things settled down into a new normal, and I just focused on my life and my work and trying to move forward. I went home for the holidays and just hung out with my parents. Life was okay. Then, January 1st, I signed into an older email account that I haven't used in a while to reset a password. In the spirit of New Year digital housekeeping, I started going through old messages, intending to close this account for good, when I saw an email from my ex with the subject line, "I win." I cannot describe the gut punch that I felt when I saw that mail. I freeze up now just writing about it. My ex, let's call him Matthew, was the perfect boyfriend. Until he wasn't. He became extremely controlling after our first year of dating. He wanted to control what I wore, what I ate, who I talked to, who I connected with, and what I posted on social media, etc. He was very cunning and nuanced with the way he tore me down slowly over time. But then he slipped up. I found out he was cheating, and I woke up enough to get out of there. The breakup was a living nightmare. He refused to allow me to break up with him. We were living together. He installed tracking software on my phone and bugged my car. He had people at my job reporting to him on my movements. I couldn't get away from him. I couldn't hide. He kept showing up. He held my dog hostage. The police were useless because he was never physically violent and was careful not to write his threats down. I was in absolute hell for months, living under the terror that he would show up again. I had changed my job, my number, my address, my email account, my social media profiles were private. This was the one place I forgot to block him. The I win email was sent the day after the wedding. He said that he had become close with Bella after we broke up. He called himself the architect of my demise. He said he had fed Bella's paranoia about me and Barrett, and that together they had planned my punishment. He said losing everyone important in my life was what I deserved. And then he said we should get back together. Unless I wanted more unfortunate things like this to keep happening. Yes, he a delusional prick. It took me a while to collect myself and get my shit together after reading that. I fell apart for a few days. My mom helped pull me back together and now knows the details about what happened with Matthew. She connected me with a family friend, an attorney that is currently helping me file for a restraining order against Matthew. I tried during the stalking period, but couldn't afford an attorney and was denied. I think with the email evidence and the attorney saying things the right way, it will be granted this time, but the hearing is not for another couple of weeks. It is on Zoom, and Matthew will get a chance to be there. I am terrified to see him, even just on a screen. If you read this, Matthew, please realize that I am not so terrified that I won't tase the fuck out of you if you ever come near me again. Once I had dealt with my own safety, I had the realization that I was in possession of absolute proof that the wedding incident was a setup. I considered blasting it out everywhere, but I still have so much shame about being in an abusive relationship and cannot bring myself to do it. So I decided to just forward it to Barrett with a small amount of explanation. Barrett did not respond to the email. I do not know what happened in Bella and Barrett's household after that. But what I do know is that 2 nights later, Bella drunk drove her car to my parents' house. While attempting to park in their driveway, she ran over their mailbox. When my parents answered the door, she started screaming about how I'm a home-wrecking slut. In her drunken ramblings, my parents were able to figure out that Barrett had left her. Her parents were called over from next door to collect their drunk daughter. My dad said they seemed extremely embarrassed. I know a lot of people here will probably be fist-pumping the air that Bella met with some karma. I'm not one of them. Matthew is a monster, and I know firsthand how charming and convincing he is. Bella, much like I did, fell for his act. Her happiness has been destroyed by Matthew too, and I have a really hard time blaming her now that I know that he was pulling the strings. But she also made her choices. I'm not dumb enough to reconcile with her either. My #1 priority is my safety, and anybody who has ties to Matthew is somebody I need to stay far away from. Bella will have to find her own path back to good. There is a role that opened on my team in another country. It's a manager position, which would be a promotion for me and my boss thinks I should apply. While it would be harder having even more distance from my folks, I think being in an entirely new country might help cultivate a feeling of safety for me. One that I'm not sure I can get in this city now. So that might be what's next for me. I don't really know how to end this properly. I'm just tired. Thanks for the support, Reddit. I probably won't sign into this account again. TLDR. My abusive ex-boyfriend Matthew was feeding Bella's paranoia about Barrett and I. He was involved with planning my punishment with Bella. He sent me an email to an old account bragging about his victory in destroying my relationships and asking to get back together. I forwarded the email to Barrett. Barrett left. Bella, drunk, drove her car into my parents' mailbox. I am seeking a restraining order against my ex and am considering leaving the country.